Spring fans have more hope now than ever. New Jersey is riding a wave. The confidence is high, and they'll be hoping the party rolls on to a 3-1 lead tonight. ESPN, the network of the National Hockey League, presents the road to the Stanley Cup, the oldest trophy competed for by professional athletes. The Stanley Cup playoffs, the most grueling competition both mentally and physically in all of athletics. Who will be the sole survivor come the end of May? Tonight, the road to the Cup continues with another Patrick Division semifinal game. Live from the Byrne Arena in East Rutherford, New Jersey, it's Game 4 between the New York Islanders and the New Jersey Devils. And a pleasant good evening, everyone. Welcome live to another edition of ESPN's Road to the Cup. Tonight, Game 4 between the Devils and Islanders. We'll be going to East Rutherford, New Jersey in a moment. Some stories we will be watching tonight, along with the goals and highlights around the National Hockey League. The Montreal Canadiens, Stanley Cup champs 2 years ago, could take the first step to another title tonight. Will they sweep the Hartford Whalers in 4? We'll follow that story. A Cinderella story, you're looking at the team, the Cinderella team of the playoffs, the New Jersey Devils. They're on a roll, and they have a chance to go up 3-1 tonight against the Islanders. Playoff streaks developing. Chicago broke an 11-game losing streak in the playoffs last night. Winnipeg won last night for the first time ever in the playoffs against Edmonton. LA won a home playoff game for the first time in 6 years last night. Hartford is trying to avoid its 8th straight playoff loss tonight. Boston and Buffalo are on the verge of setting a new NHL record for penalty minutes in the series. Currently 474 coming into tonight. The league record is 611 set by Hartford and Quebec last year. And Wayne Gretzky is frustrated in Winnipeg. He has only 3 assists in 3 games in this series. The line of Steen, Olofsson, and Smale doing a job on number 99. And doing a job on the NHL's playoff format are you, the fans. By a 9-1 margin last night in our 900 number poll, you say yes, there should be some changes in the NHL playoff format. We'll give you another chance to voice your opinion throughout the evening tonight. But now the matter at hand, Game 4 of the semifinal round in the Patrick Division, the Devils and the Islanders. Let's go live to the Byrne Arena and the Sultan of sartorial splendor, Mike Emrick.
Well, they gave us pom-poms last night, Tom. Tonight, there are 19,096 here, and they've handed out something different. It'll be a sea of white. This is our toy for this evening, Bill. What do you think?
I still can't get it to make any noise. I think it's defective.
Well, while he's dealing with that, and right now not too successfully, let's talk about the goaltenders. At this stage, where you have one team ahead 2-1, you go with the guys that brought you. For the Islanders, that's Kelly Hrudey. Hrudey's the man who got them here and performed so well in that first game, the one that went into sudden death overtime. But on the other hand, the Devils have got to come back with the guy that shut out the Islanders last night, Sean Burke, the rookie who came down the stretch and got them here in the first place. What about those check marks, Bill?
I look at the check marks identically to last night, except go down to the bottom of the intangibles. Still 2 for the Devils, but for different reasons. Number 1, Sean Burke. Number 2, I think the Devils are a Cinderella team. I found a glass slipper in the parking lot. I thought it was a beer bottle, but it's a glass slipper. I really think the Devils are a Cinderella team.
If you got to make a call, Bill, what do you say?
My head says the Islanders, but my body, which is bigger than my head, says the Devils.
They're in the anthem here, Tom. We'll be ready to go in just a moment.
All right, Mike Emrick and Bill Clement, fasten your seatbelts. Over 19,000 will be rocking the Byrne Arena tonight in the Meadowlands. 5 other games already rocking arenas around the National Hockey League underway. In the second period, Boston leads Buffalo 2-1. The Bruins looking to go up 3-1 in that series. Washington leads Philadelphia 2-1 at the Spectrum in the second period of play. Detroit and Toronto, it is 3-0 Red Wings over Toronto. Red Wings looking to take command of that series. Hartford leads Montreal 2-1 in the second period at the Civic Center in Connecticut. Winnipeg now leads Edmonton 2-0. The Jets have added another goal. So the Winnipeg Jets are seeking to even their series against the Edmonton Oilers. We'll have scores and highlights of all the games tonight as the Road to the Cup continues on ESPN.
So no matter on that boot away by Kelly Hrudey. Game 4s are interesting because unless a team is up 3-0 as Montreal is over Hartford, it can be so crucial to one team and it can be important to the one that's ahead.
Well, I think it's important for the Devils because it's their home game. I think the team that wins this hockey game tonight will win the series. I'll take it one step further. I think the team that is leading after 2 periods will win the series.
Puck lodged on the back of the net, and a little bump there from Delgarno and Curvers, and Pat Verbeek comes in to say, no, you don't do that, and was sent flying. We should mention that during the warm-up tonight, there was a little bit of intimidation going on as Mick Vukota encroached on the red line over the other side while the Devils were warming up. He and Ken Danico exchanged mock swings of the stick.
Well, we're picking up right where we left off. Only 21 hours has gone by. Nothing has changed. Even the names haven't been changed to protect the innocent, because there aren't any innocent. Brad Delgarno gets 2. Nobody is in the box for the Devils. So Ron Hogarth has whistled a 2-minute penalty to Brad Delgarno. It's going to be real tough for everybody to hear in this building tonight.
Hogarth thinking, didn't I just leave this behind in Philadelphia last night? He had a lot of penalties to call there, too. And now, having taken a seat in the box, is Tom Curvers for the New Jersey Devils. So it appears that the penalties will cancel. These are the 2 teams with the best defensive averages in the playoffs this spring. This is game 4. Devils lead 2 games to 1. We're 33 seconds into the first period. Along with Bill Clement, Tom Mees back at our studios. He'll keep you posted on all of the other games. Some of them have gotten a good start by now. That'll be on an ongoing basis in case you've not seen our coverage before, during all of the periods and also filling up those intermissions. Jim Schoenfeld wanted to know why they were even for a moment, and then wanted to know why the positioning of the faceoff was there. But of course the Islanders point men pinched in after the whistle, and so the faceoff was taken out to center ice.
Well, Curvers is also in the penalty box. I hadn't seen him go in there. I thought it was a power play for the Devils, but he whistled coincidentals to Curvers and Delgarno.
LaFontaine rattles one. Kerr is there, chopped at by Ken Danico, and going back to take it is Mark Johnson. Johnson spins off the skates of Kerr, but LaFontaine is there to help it back. Craig Wolanin turning back to play on defense for New Jersey. Took a hit, but got the puck on to Johnson. Johnson, the leading scorer for the Devils in the playoffs. Wrapped up and carried to the glass by Thomas Janssen. Kerr turns. Conroy takes. Has Randy Wood on the left. Wood a scratch in last night's game. Back to get this is Kirk Muller. Able to pivot away from Kerr. Captain of the Devils, Muller to Broughton, and then along to John McClain. Henry able to push it through Sorella, and it's dropped back in by Trottier. Slung along by Burke. Waiting is Diddick. Gets away from the reef by Muller. Puck shouldered away by Burke. Diddick, but ducking out of the check that time was the man back deep for New Jersey, Randy Velishek. Trottier carried off to the wall by Muller. Back come the Devils. It's a 3-on-2. Velishek hurries one, and that deflected away by Dennis Potvin. Sorella keeps it moving along to Muller. Flips one in front off the skates of Broughton. They battle for it, but Potvin is up with it for the Islanders. And we get a stoppage of play, and Ron Hogarth is going to box a couple more. 17:42 to go, first period. Miners up again as we have a scoreless game.
With every Budweiser enjoyed, the promise.
The Road to the Cup on ESPN is being brought to you by Budweiser. Beechwood Age for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. And by the 1988 German-engineered Volkswagens and your Volkswagen dealers. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Play stopped now as the puck was cleared into the seats. And Bill, that gives us a chance to follow up on something. You'd indicated that the second period score is going to be a significant number tonight. Why?
Well, it's the 4th game in 5 nights. A team that's leading at the end of 2 periods will really have an advantage in protecting lead. You can let the puck do the work. When you're trailing and trying to play catch up, you have to do the work with your legs and with your bodies. When you're ahead, all you do is keep dumping, and wearing the other team down. These will be tired teams in the 3rd period.
Danico, a shot ricocheted wide. Penalty coming up, and already protesting is Brent Sutter, but he's headed off. And the first power play of the night will belong to New Jersey. I wonder if someone had the idea that those white hankies would be waving bye-bye to the New York Islanders, at least for their Meadowlands Arena portion of this series.
Well, I think the Devils will have to start capitalizing on their power plays sooner or later in this series for them to I guess, give their fans the satisfaction of waving goodbye to the Islanders with these white handkerchiefs that they've given out. The power play situation for the Devils, to me, has been dismal. There's Brent Sutter. He's off for holding. He held Dave Maley right in front of Kelly Rudy. Maley made it look pretty good after the fact and went down. But the Devils have to start doing something on the power play. And Sean Burke could hold, all right? He could hold and knock out the Islanders by himself, but it's a long haul.
Islanders better at penalty killing right now than they were in the regular season, but of course they've had fewer cracks at it. And the Devils' power play has suffered. They are 2 for 21 so far in this series. Puck pointed to Wolanin. Over to Driver. Fires one. Score! It is a sea of white.
Dave Maley is the man that's getting congratulated at the Devils bench. The play came back to Craig Wolanin, who moves it over to Bruce Driver with his head up. Look, he never looks down at the puck. All the way in to Dave Maley, number 8, who is standing in front. Steve Conroy, 33 in blue for the Islanders, moved towards him. Couldn't get there in time. Watch 8, right at dead center bottom of your screen. Here it goes. Watch Maley move in. Nobody is in front of Kelly Rudy except Dave Maley, and he gets a piece of it right under Kelly Rudy. And the power play gets off the ground for the Devils.
It only took 20 seconds from the time Sutter sat until he was released, with the Devils ahead in the game 1-0. Potvin carried off by Conacher. This is Doug Brown. Turnarounder was off his skate. And we get a stoppage of play. Rudy had quickly put it in play, and I think Ron Hogarth was anticipating when he blew the whistle. But no matter, there'll be a face-off in Rudy's end of the ice.
The time of the goal is 2:52. That's Driver, his first of the playoffs.
Driver is getting credit for the goal now. Wolanin and Muller the assist, so it appeared to us that it might have gone off Maley, but apparently that wasn't the case. So for Bruce Driver, that's his first ever playoff goal. They should be able to hear all of this chanting all the way to the New Jersey Turnpike, which is about 1,500 yards or so away from the outside of this arena. Potvin checked. Wood dumps it by Sorella, followed up by Belichick. Slams one into Randy Wood, and it's tapped back out. Joe Sorella, one of 2 players who actually played for the Colorado Rockies, the predecessor to this franchise. The other, Aaron Broughton. Chopped back in by Brown. Rudy swings it. Alan Kerr starts out. LaFontaine had it poke-checked away by Belichick, and then shoulder. And then Brown tried to run into LaFontaine, but missed with a good deal of it. Loisel is back. Tips out to Ken Morrow. Punched away from him. Thrown in by Leiter. Belichick back. Tests with Kerr. Trottier taps it along, but it's Belichick for New Jersey. Just under 16 minutes to go first period. Both teams with a shot. The Devils with a goal. Trottier sails by Kerr. Burke to help out. Glasses it back, but it is drilled back in by Makala. And Burke will just hold on. And that's what we'll do here. Noisy arena, heralding the Devils with a lead of 1-0.
Take fans tonight as Front Plaza deals for you.
Volkswagen. 2 in the second. Washington leads Philadelphia 2-1 after 2. Detroit bombing Toronto 5-0 in the second. Hartford leads Montreal 2-1 in the second. Edmonton trailing Winnipeg 2-0. Chicago's just tied up St. Louis 1-1. Let's get back to the Meadowlands. Mike and Bill.
Puck taken by Ken Danico, who got the first goal in the game last night. Directed deep by McLean. And it is Conroy for the icing touch-up. And again, some chatter, this time involving McLean and Thomas Jonsson.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the Islanders do to try and master Sean Burke, who was just outstanding last night. You know, the Islanders have felt that they can beat Sean Burke low. And last night he made 5, 36 outstanding saves with his pads right along the ice. So now what do? Maybe they'll mix up their varieties of shots, some high, some low. Sean Burke, to the Islanders at least, hasn't appeared to have a weakness yet.
34 of the 86 penalties have been for roughing, and we have some that are being served now, or were most recently served as the puck tapped on out. Moving with it and sailing in is Sundstrom. Rudy grabs, turns over to Conroy, pestered by McLean. Puck to Trache. Henry is nearby. Delayed offside is wiped initially, but now it will be whistled down, as it appeared that the Islanders were going to be able to control, and once they got possession of the puck, that caused the stoppage of play in a neutral ice faceoff. He's had some problems so far in games 2 and 3 anyway, hasn't he, Mikko Makela?
He has in the playoffs. You saw 36 goals during the regular season. Only Pat LaFontaine had more goals than Mikko Makela. It's been a tough run for Makela and LaFontaine. Both of these teams excel in neutral zone forechecking, and that's something that wasn't even existent in hockey until, well, the turn of the decade, early 80s, when teams started bottling up the neutral zone. LaFontaine and Makela haven't been able to wheel and deal. Neither has the Muller line. The Islanders have been excellent in the neutral zone.
Sutter battling. Melee comes by. Back to Potvin. Dalgarno can't get it through to Sutter. Melee won't let Sutter play. Melee starts it ahead to Perry Anderson, then over to Doug Sullivan. Sullivan with a shot that ricocheted wide and is held by Kelly Rudy. Let's go back to Tom Mees.
All right, in Winnipeg, the Jets, Mike and Bill, on a 3-on-1. Oiler defenseman Steve Smith goes down. Dale Hawerchuk passes in front to Ian Duncan. He gives it to Andrew McBain. Great passing, great goal. Winnipeg leads Edmonton 2-0 in the first. The Oilers look rattled at times, and that's surprising, knowing how poised they are, Mike.
Boy, isn't that the truth? So Winnipeg gets on the board first, and that important because the Jets have drawn to within 1 game in that series. They lost the first 2 in Edmonton and then won last night 6-4. Boy, was it a big night for 5-on-3s. We've talked about that. The Jets had 3 of them last night. Los Angeles had 3. Boston had 4. Neither of those 3 teams converted a 5-on-3 all night.
Penalty killing's been outstanding in the playoffs. It's about this time in all of the series when you have to start wondering, does a team that ends up knocking another team out in 5 or 6 games have an advantage? And I think it will be a decided advantage, especially in the Wales Conference, in the East, especially in the Patrick Division. Every day of rest will be so important to these teams.
Ken Morrow from the faceoff. Wraps to Alan Kerr. Through Kerbers. Randy Wood moving toward it, but Burke just swats it away. LaFontaine taken to the boards by Kirk Muller. Driver, Broughton, Muller. Verbeek. Offside. We mentioned that line, and the fact that the Muller, Verbeek, and Broughton line has only collected 1 point in the 3 games. There's some other numbers as to how the goals in this series have been scored. You mentioned the power play earlier, Bill. Devils have 1 of their goals on the power play tonight. The Islanders coming in had 4.
You know, on the check mark list before the game, I gave the Islanders a check mark, and I didn't give the Devils a check mark. It had nothing to do with numbers. I decided to throw those out the window. We're far enough along now that I just take a look at how the power play is functioning. And although the Islanders didn't score last night, they were, to me, 3 times more effective the way they moved the puck than the Devils.
And they got some great chances on Sean Burke while doing so.
Sure did.
They haven't gotten their first power play of this game yet tonight. The Devils have had 1. And they scored on it. Verbeek lays it to Muller. Jolted a little bit by Conroy. Muller still trying to pull away. Conroy trying to wedge it. Pat Verbeek comes by. Falling down is Broughton. He stares back at the referee as it's Janssen turning on to Trache. Doesn't find much room. Makela nicely denied by Driver. Henry back to Janssen. A shot is turned away by Burke. Henry once more. Rolls it along for Trache, but the referee in the way, and Trache a word with him as on comes Driver. Flipped it to a wing that was empty because Broughton had been held up. Trache to Makela, moving along with Henry. Makela surrounded by red, white, and green. Cirella drops and Belichick has to pick it away from Makela. Tipped along to Brown. Then to Conacher. Loisel the trailer. Conacher's shot is tipped to the seats by Dennis Potvin. Devils 1, Islanders nothing. Midway, period 1.
Season have the engine revved up tonight. Stefan Richer gets a rebound off the stick of Mike Liut, puts it by the Hartford netminder. Richer poking in the loose puck there from Smith and Lemieux at 13-17. Game's tied at 2. He scores a few more goals. He's going to get a Cadillac, Mike.
Well, they're hammering out some good tong shots here. Anderson and Diddick, just as a face-off was about to take place. One linesman with a little better position on his man than the other. And finally, Ray Scapanello gets his man Diddick down. Majors coming up. They earned them. 12:38 left in the first. Still 1-0 New Jersey.
Ilka Sinisalo of the Flyers shoots the puck. It's loose. Dale Hunter behind his own goal line tries to bat it out of harm's way, but watch. He hits it off his own goaltender's stick and into his own net. Credit Sinisalo the goal, 1-0 Philly. Later on, Michael Pavanka crosses the blue line and drills one past the splitting Ron Hextall. 1-1. Late in the first, Pavanka digs it out of the corner to Bengt Gustafsson, who one-times it by Hextall. At the second intermission now, it is 2-1 Washington on top. Meanwhile, at the Aud in Buffalo tonight, Sabres on the power play in the first period. John Tucker threads a perfect pass to Pierre Turgeon. Unmarked to the left of Lemelin, made it 1-0 Buffalo. Still 1-0, loose puck in front. And Bob Joyce of Boston shoots it by Darren Pupa. It is 1-1, end of 1. Now in the second period, Ray Bourque fakes Pupa, goes around the net, feeds Keith Crowder for the easy goal. And with the score 2-1 late in the second period, John Tucker passes to Dave Andrechuk. Andrechuk has a Bruin draped all over him, but still puts it by Lemelin. It is Boston 2 and Buffalo 2 after 2. Let's go back to New Jersey.
Puck just sailed out of play at the Devils bench. Gives us a chance to tell you about the penalties. Diddick fighting, Anderson fighting. Diddick high-sticking, Anderson high-sticking. But an additional roughing minor went to Perry Anderson. So the Islanders have their first power play. And they'll use Brent Sutter with Trottier on the left and Makela on the right. Potvin and Leiter, the point men. Bill mentioned earlier, the Islanders played very well on their power play. They just didn't succeed.
Well, I talked about the Devils tonight having to score. I think it's equally as important for the Islanders to score, especially the way Sean Burke is playing. This is their golden opportunity to get something by him. If you set it up right, it doesn't matter how good the goalie is, you're going to score on the power play. So with the way Sean Burke is playing, should he continue to play the same way tonight, the Islanders have to get something on their power play too.
Here's Potvin wide, and it's held by Sean Burke.
So what do you do against a guy like Sean Burke? Well, when a goalie is that hot, his most precious tool is his vision. You got to try and take his vision away. The only way to do that is set up a screen. The second most precious thing that he wants to have is his space, his crease, not to be bumped into. If the Islanders can take away his space, crowd him quite a bit so that every once in a while they are running into him, and when he goes to move from one side of the net to the other, he runs into them. So the vision and the space. And the third thing, quantity. There's nothing like quantity, although there has to be some quality mixed in there. You've got to keep directing the puck at him. Every shot on net is a potential goal, and 100% of the shots you don't take don't go in.
Brent Sutter, who you were just looking at, may be the Crowder Bill mentioned at the front. A shot, save off of Trottier, and the rebound punched away. And Sutter with an exchange glaring at Cirella.
Well, he had an exchange with Burke first. Burke was crowded by Sutter. That's the crowding that we were talking about. The Islanders, Sutter just backed right into him. Burke was able to make the save, and then he got help from Cirella in trying to clear Sutter out of the way.
Kelly Rudy will set it up for Potvin. The Islanders are halfway through this first power play. Trottier steps on Cirella. Sullivan and Cirella tie him up, and LaFontaine is in. Gets it to Leiter. Over to Potvin. Devils just really moved to them quickly. It's Makela now. Side to LaFontaine. No opening through Burke. Trying to clear Conacher, but it's Potvin keeping. then for LaFontaine, but off him. Now helmetless is Cirella. Trottier trying to work one. LaFontaine across, but it's cleared by Belichick.
Boy, LaFontaine wants one. He wanted a penalty called there in the worst way. He thought Conacher, whoa, look at this.
A giveaway and a chance now for Sundstrom, and the shot blocked away. Glaring goof. And it's now near Burke. And the Islanders ice it well on the power play. Man, oh man. This is a Devils team that has scored some of its most impressive victories on shorthanded goals, and they nearly had one.
I think Kelly Rudy was out to cut down the angle. He's hit the hash marks. Here's the man that took the shot. Doug Brown, who was signed as a free agent out of Boston College. A nice little addition to this hockey team. Excellent penalty killer. Scored a few goals during the regular season.
And he had 2 in the come-from-behind win at Washington, the first ever for this franchise in March. There were 2 late in the third that broke a 2-2 tie. Devils won that game 4-2. Penalty time is up. Alan Kerr moves ahead. Hands to Basson. Swivels one right into the glove of Burke. Danico clears. Basson shouldered. Puck flipped to the front, and it kicks back to Basson. Then to Conroy, and a shot tipped away by Burke. Bill mentioned get in front, and that's what the Islanders have been trying to do. Conroy through the legs, but to McLean. Sundstrom can't get through. Janssen clearing it away, and Ken Danico, the opposite number 3, playing for the Devils.
There you see it, 47 seconds attack zone time, only 1 shot on Sean Burke. That's not really running on all cylinders right now.
Danico shoves, but Leiter is there. Dalgarno stripped, but the play followed up by Sutter, and a shot went off Ken Danico. Loose puck to the front. Oh, and a short side attempt by Dalgarno is saved. Dalgarno flips again, and both times he got Danico. Morrow drives it off of Derek King, and it's cleared down by Danico. There'll be an icing call to stop the clock. 9 minutes, 27 seconds to go in the first period. The Islanders have outshot the Devils 5-2, but trail in the game 1-0. Sets it up for Morrow. It's off Kerr. A chance for Driver. Deflected. Muller wrestled off, but got a backhander away. Where is it? That's when you want to have help. And Pat LaFontaine was there. Rudy didn't know it, but he had it.
He had it all right, but he had no idea, you're right, where it was. It was kind of a broken play. The puck was sent around the boards a little too hard for Alan Kerr to control. Watch Kirk Muller's concentration. Spinorama, he's got great balance. Just great athletic skills. We've seen him in so many games do so many interesting things with his balance and with his hand-eye coordination. Here it is again. Look at Ken Morrow leaning all over him. Well, there went it, dropped right between his legs.
Devils have gone now with Loisel, Dave Maley on the left, and on the right, Doug Brown. Cirella right point, and on the left point, it'll be Belichick, but now Loisel asked to leave. Gives us a chance to tell you that the Islander forwards are Henry on the left, Trottier at center, Makela on the right, with the defense, Conroy and Janssen. Rudy in goal for the Islanders. At the other end, Sean Burke. In case you're just joining us, this is game 4, best of 7 series. Devils lead the series 2-1. They're ahead in the game 1-0, and Loisel and Thomas Janssen. Conroy came in, leaned a little, but was very careful not to be the third man in a brewing altercation, because that carries with it a game misconduct.
Well, you can expect to see 19 for the Devils. Claude Loisel go at it, but Thomas Janssen, that's not necessarily his style. I think you could search his records and find that I don't know if he's been in a major in his career.
While these gentlemen cool their heels, let's go back to Tom Mees.
All right, Mike, in the first minute of play at the Spectrum in Philly, Mike Ridley of the Capitals takes the shot, and Ron Hextall gives up the easy rebound to Mike Gartner. Washington, seeking to tie this series, leads the game 3-1 early in the third period. Now a chance for hockey fans to speak out again tonight. Do you think there should be changes made in the NHL playoff system? If you think yes, dial 1-900-720 1-800-720-0030. If you think no, dial 1-900-720-0033. We'll charge you 50 cents a call. I guess I should say the phone company charges you 50 cents a call. But vote and give us your voice. Now let's go back for more penalties in New Jersey, Mike.
Doug Sullivan was taken down in bulldog fashion by Potvin. Bailey came in just to reinforce. It'll be Potvin only who will go. And yes, they're using those white handkerchiefs to way to him.
Well, he caught Doug Sullivan up high, and Sullivan's skates just went. I'm not sure that this wasn't an outstanding dive, but watch it. This will be a great look at it. Watch Potvin corral him from behind. Well, once you end up getting collared like that around the neck, you don't have to do much to make it look good. That was a penalty any way you look at it, whether it was a dive or not. Dennis Potvin off for holding. Doug Sullivan just back from a knee injury. His first game in this series. He missed the first 3. He told us before game 3 that he felt he was ready, and tonight he said to us, I'm ready. I don't know if I'm going to play, and I'm going out for the warm-up. He's got to be a happy guy right now. Toughest time of year to sit and watch. Toughest.
Devils have excess players tonight. They have scratched 7, and the Islanders have scratched 9. And we noticed that one of them was a man we alluded to earlier who was becoming rather ornery in the warm-up. That was Mick Vukota. He was out there to at least cause the Devils to think a bit about him, even though he's not even going to be playing. Puck held, and again a face-off will come near Rudy. As you see, boy, what a warrior. Ryan Trottier, another one of those masters we've mentioned.
He's still logging a lot of ice time against the Muller line. Once again, we're looking at the Muller line. Now, tonight, Kirk Muller has been credited with an assist. Should that goal be changed somehow, we thought it was Bailey that had perhaps scored it. Muller would lose his assist since he was the first guy to pass the puck around. But the Muller line has still not exploded for anything in this series. That, to me, is still a positive for the Devils. They have to get on the board, and they will get on the board.
Driver to Broughton. At the front is Verbeek being worked over by Morrow. Muller across, and the shot went wide by Curvers. Good setup by New Jersey. Broughton denied by Conroy. Driver tries to glove it along, and it's forced further, and well by Rich Crown. Curvers to Broughton. Curvers breaking. Broughton holds, has appointment in Driver, but goes deep to Muller. Morrow is there, so it must be taken by Broughton. To Driver, trying to keep it on the line, and he did. Broughton winds up. A side of the net shot goes off the mark by Verbeek. Penalty coming up to the Islanders. Verbeek has it knocked away. Islanders gain possession. 5-on-3 coming up for the New Jersey Devils. 7:46 to go in the first. Devils 1, Islanders no score.
Volkswagen engineers have spent years refining our front-wheel drive, rack and pinion steering, and four-wheel independent suspension. Because the engineers of Volkswagen believe it's not just how fast you go, but rather how well you go fast. 1988 Golf, only $79.90.
In Philadelphia, the Washington Capitals pouring it on. Dale Hunter, who's been having words with Ron Hextall throughout this series, scores on Hextall here. It's 4-1 Washington. Hextall leaves the game. Mark LaForest has replaced Ron Hextall in Philadelphia. Mike?
Mark LaForest, that will be his first ever appearance in a Stanley Cup game.
Boy, there's the difference in the 5-on-3s. We have another one right here in front of us. 30 this year, 10 last year at this time of the playoffs.
And you can see overall power plays are whoppingly up. Curvers off LaFontaine. Polo move. And it's forced further by Sutter. So Johnson goes back to get it. Turned across to Sundstrom. Handed on to Mark Johnson. Plays it across to McLean. Then Curvers and McLean once more. Curvers. Wide. Rebound. Score!
sure there's anything worse that can happen to a team that's trying to kill a two-man disadvantage than having the puck come off the boards the way it did right there. Toughest thing to defend against. Give a lot of credit to Tom Kurvers. How many times have we talked about the fact that you have them outnumbered in front? Look at all the Devils. All you have to do is get it towards the net. Don't try and score. So Kurvers made the smart play. Wrist it towards Kelly Rudy. He didn't even have to hit the net. John McLean was there to score another power play goal, and the Devils are up 2-0.
Well, it wasn't too great a regular season until it got to the last week or so. But boy, has John McLean ever been the hot man for the Devils. And it's really a good thing in the playoffs for Devils' fortunes because the main line has been shut down from scoring goals.
That's McLean's 5th goal in the last 5 games if you include the last game of the season.
He got the tying goal and the winning goal in their storybook comeback into the playoffs at Chicago. And that was just a week ago tonight. Driver connects to Sundstrom. It's a 5-on-4 for 1 minute and 5 seconds. Driver fires, hit the post. Rebound McLean up over the crossbar. Man, oh man. Here is Johnson. To Driver. Hammers. Triples. Wide. Sundstrom hit hard by Alan Kerr. Sundstrom looking for McLean. There's more room with Driver. Curvers. Pass tip. Set high by Sundstrom. Kerr tries to clear. Driver in the way. Johnson checks with Conroy. Able to step free with it. 25 seconds power play. Sundstrom to Johnson to Driver. Shoots. Tipped wide as Sundstrom got a piece of it. But it appeared Rudy did too, and the Islanders are finally able to clear. It'll be interesting to see the attack time on this power play.
Lots of it. All kinds of it.
5 shots apiece. Devils lead 2-0. 4 seconds to go on the power play. Danico regathers. Out of the box comes Morrow. Aaron Broughton for Verbeek, but it's taken by Dennis Potvin. And Potvin scales one down. Danico drills. Makala can't stop, but Potvin can. Along to Trache. Ken Danico wraps it along for Muller. It kicked on over to Broughton. Broughton lined up by Trache, but ahead comes Muller. Drops it over for Wolanin, and his shot was hard off Rudy. The rebound is hung up in the equipment of Kirk Muller, and Rod Hogarth blows the whistle, stopping play. McLean, his 3rd of the playoffs from Kurvers and Johnson. McLean is the only player with a point in all 4 games of the series, and that includes Islander players too. Terry Simpson makes a change in Islanders.
Here's a look at some of the action around Kelly Rudy. There's the shot from Bruce Driver that hit the post, and you can't help but think Sundstrom just missed the rebound. It's one of those deals where you hit the post and you say, man, that could have made it 3-0. That might be a key thing by the time this game ends. Look at that. Not once this season has that Muller line been held without a goal for 4 consecutive games. This is the 4th game that they are playing without a goal.
Devils have scored 3 in all 3 of the previous games. They have 2 in this one. The lead in the game with 4:59 to go in the first. And there have only been 11 total shots so far through the first 15 minutes. 6 by the Devils, 5 by the Islanders. A Devil goes skidding. The fans are booing. The puck tipped out near Doug Brown. Leiter off the glass for Dalgarno. A cluster of 5 battling. Stepping free is Brown to lob it away. Ken Morrow back to get it. Gave it up to Brown. Slot pass broken up by Leiter as he did have Loisel open but couldn't get it through Leiter. Loisel shot wide. Brown overskates. Rudy flings it along to Dalgarno, but Sorella keeps. Second effort, but it's given up to Sutter. The captain of the Islanders steps ahead. Feeds over to Lauer, but the play goes offside. 4:11 left in the first. Muller has an assist. McLean with a goal. Driver with a goal. Devils lead 2-0.
Today, you need an insurance company that looks out for you.
Play, Howard Chucker. This is Merwa with a shot to Howard Chuck over to Paul McLean. Beautiful passing again by the Jets. They lead Edmonton 3-0. Goal to Paul McLean of Winnipeg. In other action tonight, in Toronto, it is a rout. This is Brent Ashton breaking in, taking the puck away after a Toronto giveaway. 8-0. Detroit leads Toronto. A real blowout, Mike and Bill.
8-0. If Tom hadn't watched every one of them go in, you'd hardly believe it, would you? Doug Sullivan to McLean. Double teamed and wrestled off by Diddick. He still got a centering pass away, but that one is taken and worked by Derek King. You just think of an imaginary line drawn across the circles in the Islanders' end on back to the backboards, and the Islanders have been back there deeply, forced there by the Devils a lot in this period. Conroy plays it into the glove of Byrne. Handed over to Driver. Puck tipped by Muller into Crom. Muller hit hard by Crom, and then McLean hit from behind by Kerr. Rudy scoops over to Janssen. Beveled down by Broughton. Muller trying to plumb it loose with his stick. Still the battle continues. Janssen finally able to secure it with 2:46 to go in this first period, and the Devils leading in the game 2-0. Well, we talked about the physical nature of this series. I'm sure that the others Tom Mees has been watching have been just as physical. What have you now, Thomas?
Well, speaking of physical, Mike, there's always Buffalo and Boston. 16 seconds into the third period, the Sabres on the attack. Pierre Turgeon, perfect pass to John Tucker, who beats Reggie Lemelin. It is 3-2 Buffalo. They're going nuts in the odd early in the third period. Back to Meadowlands Arena.
Didn't I pick them in 7? Oh, yeah, now I'm going to jump up and say, hey, everybody. I wasn't feeling too good when the Bruins went up 2-0.
Well, I called the Bruins a finalist. What do you think it makes me feel like?
Oh, there's a
Go
lot.
ahead, rub it in, Clement.
Listen, there's a lot of hockey left in all these series.
2 aside on the battle, and Morrow comes in with the last shove on Broughton. And again, a face-off to result near Rudy. We're talking about the physical nature of the game, and just to bring up the notion that Terry Simpson told us before the first game that he felt that the Islanders were not likely to initiate the physical, but could do better if they were forced to it, and they have been. Speaking of physical, Buffalo leading Boston 3-2. Washington over Philadelphia now 4-1.
More physical, too.
Skunking Toronto 8-0. Montreal and Hartford are 2-2. Shot to the front is picked away by Ken Morrow. Trottier starts ahead. It's a 3-on-3. Along to Makela. Then Trottier. Kerber shoulders him. Henry watched by Verbeek. Every time an Islander touches it, it just seems the Devil is right on him. Now it's Henry. Checked by Verbeek. Melee forces up to Broughton. A man breaking Verbeek, and he's shot up wide. Henry for the Islanders, back to Trottier. Islanders hoping to get some offensive going. The shots are the same as they were about 7 or 8 minutes ago. 6 for the Devils and 5 for the Islanders. But there have been chances at the end of the ice to our right. Virtually none at the opposite. Lauer turning. Has Delgarno, but fires himself, and a good stiff shot handled by Byrne. Dennis Potvin retrieves for the Islanders. Between periods, Tom Mees will look at the Bud Light scoreboard. He'll have all of the scores from all playoff series, and we'll be checking in with other action around the NHL. That's all in the first intermission. Rudy swings it away. Dropped in deep, and so in that area back deep in the Islander zone, the Islanders must play once more. Dennis Potvin along to Diddick. Returning to Potvin. Then to Sutter. Watched by Sorella. But the puck to Belichick. Guides to Brown. Brown starts in, but is called on an offside. So with 56 seconds to go, if the score ends this way, the Devils would have to be very pleased with this first period.
You bet. Absolutely. Boy, right about now, mental toughness. You know, we talk about it, and as each series goes by, talk about mental toughness. There's Pat Verbeek drinking from a bottle. He has to feel as if one of these times something has to bounce in off him. 46 goals during the regular season. He just had a great chance that didn't go in, but mental toughness, well, the Islanders are a little younger than the Devils team, but they grew up a lot in last year's playoff, didn't they? That 7th game in Washington that went to the 4 overtimes, then facing the Philadelphia Flyers, so they know about mental toughness. The Devils, I think they are there. I don't think that they could get any more mentally tough than they are right now, having had to go down the stretch the way they did, playing their first game on the road in the playoffs, playing the first home game and winning it last night. They are there. The uncharted waters area, I think, of the Devils are all finished. They know where they are now.
Wood jabs one, but over to get it is Mark Johnson. Tried to reach Sundstrom, but Basson drove it away in the final 25 seconds of the period. Winding up what Bill said, if you're an Islanders fan and you're a little discouraged right now, remember that only 4 times in the last decade has a team come from 3 games to 1 down to force a 7th game. And twice in the 4 times it was done by the Islanders, both times last year against those opponents he mentioned. Washington for a win, Philadelphia for a 7th game loss. 1 second, no time. It's all done for the first 20 minutes. He had to stop half a dozen. He got them all. Driver in McLean, the goal scorers, 2-0 Devils.
You can hear the understandable pride when modern brewers talk about the time they spend brewing their beers, or the time they spend lagering them. True, this reflects effort and care. But for Budweiser, some things take even more time. Like waiting for a big beechwood tree to grow from a small beechwood tree. For all the years past, and the years to come, this is the kind of time and the kind of care that go into your beer. Beechwood aged Budweiser.
Deck owners, want your deck to look like this again instead of this? Big job? No. This bright, natural look was restored with Woolman Deck Brightener. It's new. Just mix with a gallon of water. It's safe, fast, easy to use. From the Woolmanized, pressure-treated wood people. Restores an average deck in about an hour. Woolman Deck Brightener. Part of the Woolman family of deck stains, water repellents, and preservatives. Woolman, products for decks that last.
Today's small cars are tougher than ever on oil. Their high-compression engines not only rev high, they can run hotter than regular small car engines. Their searing heat can...
In New Jersey, it's getting rocky for the New York Islanders as they trail Sean Burke and the New Jersey Devils 2-0. You have to wonder when the Islanders are going to dent the nets in the Meadowlands. Burke now has pitched a shutout the past 4 periods and also played very strong in Game 1 of this series at the Uniondale-Nassau Coliseum. Now, in Hartford, the 3rd period of play is underway between the Whalers and the Montreal Canadiens. Whalers need to win this game or their season is over. And in the first minute of play, Hartford made a statement that if they're going to go down, they're not going to go down easy. 59 seconds of the first period, and it's Dave Babbitt who already had 1 Hartford goal on the night, skating in and putting a shot right through the pads of Patrick Roy. A bit of a weak goal there. Hartford leads it 3-2 in a game. Of course, they have to win or their series with the Montreal Canadiens is over. So now that we've set the stage, let's check in live, why don't we, to the Civic Center in Hartford. Sellout crowd on hand. Dick Urban and Scotty Bowman are there to call the action. Gentlemen, what's happening? The Whalers and Canadiens.
Blocked by Carbonneau, and Gavin has it. 3-2, the Whalers lead the Canadiens. 3 minutes gone, 3:47 gone here in the 3rd period as Gainey comes into the zone. Hartford in with a backhand off the pad of Mees. Gainey falls heavily. Gets up, he's okay. That's right the spot where Peter Svoboda was injured last night. And we are going to have a penalty call on the Whalers by referee Bob Hall as Gainey was dumped heavily deep in the Hartford zone. So the Canadiens, who trail by 1, will have a power play opportunity here in this 3rd period.
So Bob Gainey ridden roughly into the boards, and the Whalers will be short-handed. Of course, Montreal is cruising in the series, leading 3-0. Even if Hartford wins tonight, they face the improbable prospect of going back to the form of Montreal and trying to win a 5th game on Tuesday night. Meanwhile, at Chicago Stadium, The Chicago Blackhawks trying to pull even with the St. Louis Blues in their Norris Division semifinal. The Blackhawks lead this game by a score of 2-1. Everett Santapass was the man that put the Blackhawks on top. This goal unassisted. Santapass breaks in. Greg Millen appears to go down too soon, and Santapass just puts it below his right armpit and into the net. Now, a great save coming up here by Darren Pang. This one on Cavallini of St. Louis. Pang puts the right pad out there. The puck hits the pad, slides under him, and Darren Pang's stick, the back of his stick, kept the puck from going over the red line. So Darren Pang, as usual, facing a lot of shots from St. Louis tonight. But the Blackhawks, apparently their strategy is, hey, we're not that good a defensive team anyway. Let's just let the guns loose and try and outscore the opposition. And so far, again, tonight it is working at Chicago Stadium. And the road to the Cup continues on ESPN in a moment. After one period in our main telecast tonight, New Jersey leads the Islanders 2-0.
Miller Ford is out to break all sales records. We have the area's largest selection of new and used Ford cars, trucks, and vans ready to roll. If you're planning to buy a new car or truck this week, visit Miller Ford, a 1988 Ford Taurus L wagon with air conditioning, automatic overdrive, rear defroster, cruise control, and more. For a limited time, take advantage of Ford's $750 factory rebate and buy this Ford Taurus L wagon for only $12,238. So what do you say?
Miller Ford.
Miller Ford, Route 38, Mount Holly.
Hope you're enjoying the action. I'm Tom Mees. They're enjoying the action at the Aud in Buffalo tonight. That's because the home team is winning, and it could be a coming-out party for the highly touted rookie Pierre Turgeon of the Buffalo Sabres. Turgeon now has scored to put Buffalo up 4-2 in this hockey game midway through the third period. This is Scott Arniel over to Pierre Turgeon, unguarded in the slot. He makes no mistake through the 5-hole. Buffalo leads it 4-2. Turgeon with 2 goals in this game tonight. Meanwhile, at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, the Flyers have made a goaltender change. Ron Hextall out of there. Mark LaForest in there. Hextall just not sharp tonight. Maybe it's spurred on the Flyers because just a few moments ago, Mark Howe, all-star defenseman, puts the backhand by Clint Malarchuk. Midway through the third period now, Washington still in control, but their lead is now 4-2 instead of 4-1. Should the Caps go on and win this game, they'd tie the series, moving back to the Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland, and regain the home ice advantage. Let's take a look at other action now around the National Hockey League from the Winnipeg Arena. The Winnipeg Jets, well, they're out fast against Edmonton again tonight, leading 3-0 until the Oilers finally got on the board in the second period of play. Edmonton knows they're in a series, and this is Jari Kurri from the slot. The original save is made, and the rebound is put in by Craig Simpson of the Oilers. So Simpson from Kurri early on in the second period. The Winnipeg lead is 3-1. Remember, Edmonton was down 3-0 last night in Game 3, came back to tie only to eventually lose the game. This is a rough-and-tumble series, and this one could go a lot farther than people would think. Our score after one period from the Meadowlands in New Jersey, the Devils lead the New York Islanders 2-0. The road to the Cup rolls on at ESPN right after these commercial words.
Do you know how to work a golf ball? How to slice around a tree or poke it on dog leg left? Hi, I'm Tom Watson. I recently wrote an article about that in Golf Digest. It's a magazine that completely covers the game. Shots, strategy, equipment, people. It's all in Golf Digest. You're looking for new clubs? A better ball? Golf Digest delivers. Top playing professionals Nicklaus, Kite, Langer, teachers like Toski and Flick take you shot for shot from the driver through the putter. If anything can take strokes off your handicap, it's Golf Digest. It also tells you about the personalities that make the game so great. Sound good? Now here's how you can get Golf Digest.
Call toll-free 800-622-3488 for a year of Golf Digest, only $12.77, 46% off the newsstand price, and you'll receive as a bonus tips from the tour, free. Call 800-622-3488 now.
Be a winner. Read Golf Digest.
Ladies and gentlemen, the president of the National Hockey League, Mr. John A. Ziegler, Jr.
The National Hockey League, along with other professional sports organizations, supports the President's Sports Drug Education Program. The goal of this program is simple. It is to keep our young people free from drugs. I'd like you to listen to a lady who really cares. She's given a great deal of her time to this program, Nancy Reagan.
Thank you, John. You're right. I do care. And I'm greatly concerned about the epidemic use of drugs by school-aged children. Sports figures, especially hockey players who are so respected by our young people, can help lead the way in our fight to defeat drug abuse. I'm so pleased that NHL players like Wayne Gretzky, Mike Bossy.
Another edition of the Bud Light Scoreboard. 8 games, of course, tonight on the schedule of the National Hockey League. This is night 4 on the road to the Stanley Cup. And at least 7 of these series will go into night 5 on Tuesday. In the third period of Buffalo, Sabres leading Boston 4-2, looking to tie that series up. Washington's lead over Philly now is 4-3. Brian Propp has just scored. It's noisy again in the Spectrum. The Flyers are coming on. Washington, though, still with the advantage. Detroit, 8. Toronto, nothing. The Maple Leafs just didn't show up tonight. They have to go to Detroit in the 5th game on Tuesday night. This could be Toronto's last game at home of the season. Montreal and Hartford. Well, Montreal, which was trailing 3-2 a minute into the third period, has come back to tie and then go ahead. A goal by Bobby Smith and another one by Ryan Walter. And if the Canadiens win this game, of course, they will win the series, and they'll get to rest up to play the winner of Boston and Buffalo. The go-ahead goal came off the stick of Ryan Walter. Now watch, he's actually behind the red line and banks it in off Hartford goaltender Mike Liut, who looks upset with himself, and maybe he should be. Liut let in a soft goal early in this game. He is the Whalers' #1 goaltender. They have to go with him, they feel, but if Hartford loses the game, they get out to golf clubs tomorrow. We just saw Craig Simpson's goal to draw Edmonton back in this game with Winnipeg, with the Jets on home ice leading it by 2. St. Louis and Chicago now in the dressing room after the first period at Chicago Stadium, and the Blackhawks on a go-ahead goal by Everett Santapass lead it 2-1. And a little bit later on tonight, the LA Kings trying to even up their series with the Calgary Flames. They had a sellout last night at the LA Forum. Another sellout expected tonight. We'll have some highlights from that game later on in our telecast. From New Jersey, though, the score after 1. The Devils 2 and the Islanders nothing.
Now jumping for the United States, Bud Light Jones, Bud McKenzie.
His name is Bud McKenzie. Yeah. Jumping for the USA. The Olympic gold inside.
Devils Islanders in a moment. First of all, 2 minutes left in the third period in Philadelphia. Flyers making a comeback. They're now within 1 goal of the Washington Capitals. That third Philadelphia goal comes off the stick of Brian Propp, who wears number 26. This is Rick Tocchet with the puck. Backhand pass in front, and Propp sweeps it under Clint Malarchuk, who's looked kind of shaky the last 2 Philadelphia goals. Washington 4, Philly 3. 2 minutes to go in the game. Let's check in live at the Spectrum in Philadelphia, where Mike Fornes and Al Koken are standing by to give us an update on ESPN.
We welcome our ESPN viewers to our DC-20 hockey telecast tonight. The Capitals have a 4-3 lead over the Flyers. The Washington Capitals led 2-1 after the first period, but took a 4-1 lead on goals by Mike Gartner and Dale Hunter here in the third period. But Mark Howe and Brian Propp have come back to bring Philadelphia to within 1. With all that goal scoring, the Capitals knocked Ron Hextall out of the nets, and Mark LaForest is now the Philadelphia goaltender. Since he has come on, the Flyers have come on. Back in the Philadelphia zone, Kelly Miller pulls alongside, and now the puck frozen, and play is called.
2:01 left to go in this hockey game. Great shift then by that Gould, Miller, Gustafson unit. They put the pressure, got the puck out of the zone, and forced the Flyers to take more time off that clock, scrambling around after them.
The Capitals have Ridley out there now with Sundstrom. It will be Murphy on the blue line with Grant Ledyard, and Mike Gartner comes back for a new stick to the Washington bench. He'll occupy the right wing slot. The Flyers have Eklund ready to work the draw against Ridley. Propp is on for Philadelphia with Tocchet, Howe, and Samuelson. Face-off controlled to the backboard by the Flyers, but Mike Ridley's right there. Now Samuelson takes over in the corner. Propp to Eklund. Works to center ice. He's across the blue line. Eklund's right wing pass goes too far for Tocchet, and now Murphy's back to take it. He flips it up off the glass and into the seats.
All right, that's it in Philadelphia for now. We'll keep you posted. The second period is underway at the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Just underway. Once again, Mike Emrick and Bill Clement.
Devils in the attack zone of the Islanders again. So nothing much has changed from the first period into the first 38 seconds here of the second.
But I think I see a change in the Kirk Muller line from the first 3 games of this series. They have been on the attack far more frequently tonight than they have in the first 3 games. They just had a big scoring chance on Kelly Rudy. Look at Kirk Muller. He'll center it out to Pat Verbeek. Wow, the snake is wrapped around Verbeek's leg and is biting him in the ankle once again. He hit Kelly Rudy. Rudy made a nice save. Rudy's been tested. The shots in the first period were only 6 aside, but I don't think that really tells the story of how much action there was around Rudy and around Sean Burke at the other end, Mike.
Bruce Driver nailed the post once. In addition, the Devils had 6 other shots on goal.
Right. Those posts don't count as shots on goal.
Maley with the face-off, though it is won by the Islanders, and Dennis Potvin controls. Potvin passes, then is shouldered by Maley as Trottier angles for Makela. Around it swirls, and Trottier will take his own toss to Makela. Makela roughed up some by Curvers, still able to control. Makela stepping away. Good tenacious work by Mikko Makela. Makela just drops one off to Trottier. Centers one, and Henry was there, but he was checked by Sullivan. Here's Perry Anderson up the wing. Sized up by Potvin and Diddick, and they cancel him. Diddick reaches it, and a little thrust over to Makela, then back across to Potvin. Blocked back by Maley to Anderson. Took the hit after dropping it in. Shift change on for New Jersey. They bring out the John McClain line. Johnson and Sundstrom are the other 2 forwards. Craig Wolanin back to get this. Matched up with Ken Danico on defense. It is Morrow working the back line for the Islanders, and he just cleared that one in. Ken Leiter is his partner. Delgarno and Sutter were in shouldering. Lauer, the other winger up front for the Islanders. Delgarno, a shot blocked down. Rebound kicked over to McClain. Leiter for the Islanders. His team trailing in the game 2-0 as Sutter's shot is answered by Burke. Danico clears. Puck held by Leiter. Shot snared by Burke. Wonderful save. Stops the clock. 2-0 Devils.
Excuse me, I see a gray hair there.
I do. I have a couple.
Let me see.
But you know something? The first time I ever went to Paris and I walked down the Champs-Elysees, I had the weirdest feeling that I'd been there before.
But you took sides in a political conversation, though.
A guy named Steve, his life wasn't going well. He put an extra E in his name. S-T-E-E-V-E. Steve.
Because in Florida, we used to go deer hunting. There hadn't been a deer in Florida in 100 years.
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If you're not wearing Dockers, you're just wearing pants.
It's a yes. It's a definite okay.
In Hartford, the Whalers may go down tonight, but they're not going down easy. Trailing 4-3 in the second half of the 3rd period, the Whalers' inspirational leader does it again. Number 11, Kevin Dineen, uses Rick Green as a screen and scores against Patrick Waugh. It is Hartford 4, Montreal 4. Getting late now in the 3rd period. Back to New Jersey, Mike.
If Hartford does not win tonight, that's it for the Whalers, as Montreal has won the first 3 in that series by 4-3, 7-3, and 4-3 scores. Offside called against New Jersey. The puck must be preceding every member of the attacking team across that blue line. Get a chance to see Doug Brown. We mentioned him earlier, the shorthanded specialist, but also a valuable member of Jim Schoenfeld's checking line that's out there now. Conacher and Loisel are the other wingers. Puck glassed back out by Rudy, picked up by Randy Wood. Out of Yale. Wood starts in, but the play was offside.
Road to the Cup is being brought to you by Levi's Dockers. If you're not wearing Dockers, you're just wearing pants. By Dry Idea for Men, the most powerful wetness protection available to men. And by Castrol, the motor oil engineered for today's smaller cars. Around the NHL tonight, Boston has just tied up Buffalo on a goal by Cam Neely. Boston, Buffalo, and now we understand Buffalo has gone back on top, 5-4 at the odd. Washington and Philadelphia, the Flyer net is empty. The Flyers trail Washington still by 1 goal. Detroit has beaten Toronto 8-0, and we understand the Flyers have just tied up Washington in the last seconds of play in regulation. Montreal-Hartford tied at 4-4. That game in the 3rd period. Edmonton and Winnipeg, it's still 3-1 Winnipeg. Chicago leads St. Louis 2-1. That's at the first intermission, and I believe it was Shell Samuelson with the tying goal for Philadelphia, Mike, in the last 30 seconds of regulation time.
Okay, Tom, Big Shell got the winner in last night's game at the Spectrum, and the roof blew off that place when they opened it in '67, and the big Swedish defenseman may have caused it to lift a little bit just now. We don't know yet whether they are going into overtime. It is still late in the third period, as best we know it, and Washington and Philadelphia are tied. Wolanin stepped into Lauer. Lauer pivots back with 17 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in the second period. In case you're just joining us, the Devils ahead of the Islanders 2-0. They lead the series 2-1. Tom Mees is back at our studios in Bristol, Connecticut, bringing you up to date on all the other games. With Bill Clement, this is Mike Emrick. Danico goes in, locks up with Lauer. Out of the scrum comes Lauer. Has a man breaking Potvin, but Lauer is just chased all around by Ken Danico. Dalgarno to Sutter. Tries to shake away from Wolanin. Taken down. Power play coming up to the Islanders. Let's go back to Tom Mees.
All right, Mike Emrick, we told you about the Capitals and Flyers. Here it is. Last seconds of play. The net is empty for Philadelphia. They have 6 attackers. Dave Poulin's shot is stopped, but it comes loose. And Shell Samuelson, you see him there, number 28, lurking. Nobody checks him. He's one of the biggest men in the league. He pokes it in. So the game is tied at 4 seconds left in regulation time. Let's go live to the Spectrum. Mike Bournes and Al Koken.
Ridley on the doorstep. He's undercut, but the puck has been stopped by LaForest.
There is the first chance the Capitals really have had on Mark LaForest, and he comes through. A crazy carom. Ridley standing in front, gets a pretty good shot at it, but Mark LaForest quick to come over. 13 seconds left. LaForest had come out of the net. He scrambled back in now. Watch how this pinball's around. Bouncing puck. Ridley had a clean chance at it, but Mark LaForest is up to it. See how quickly LaForest has scrambled back in. Now this changes direction. Ridley with the sweep, but right there already is LaForest showing terrific movement and anticipation.
Shell Samuelson's second goal of the playoffs, assisted by Craven and Poulin at 19:03. The correct time of the goal, 19:03 of the third period. 4-4 lockup. 13 seconds to go in regulation time. Face off in Philadelphia ice. Howe and Pivonka tie up. Howe works it behind the goal, back to Gary Galley. He sends it in front, and it's directed just wide by Pivonka. 2 seconds left. Along the sideboards they battle. There's the horn. We've finished regulation time, and the Capitals and the Flyers will go now to sudden death overtime to settle this game. Shots on goal in the third period. Washington.
All right, that game is going to overtime. Let's go live to Hartford, where the Whalers are hanging on. They have just scored to take a 5-4 lead. Let's join Dick Urban and Scotty Bowman for the replay.
The play, Dick, and it was a 2-on-1 after Chelios. He was able. Wilson kind of gets turned around here, and Wilson takes the shot. I think it's Gavin that's following up the play. He puts in the rebound, and Chelios had a good chance. Here's the shot from Wilson, another rebound goal, and Gavin following up the play puts the Whalers ahead 5-4.
This place is bedlam. Oh.
Well, here's Wilson, Dick. He was able to get on his forehand, and Roy had to go down to make the first save, and it was originally a 2-on-1. That's how Gavin got in close.
Scotty, you talked about the Canadiens' defense not moving up, but Robinson was deep on the play, and they got caught with just Green back.
Yeah, well, what happened, I think, Dick, it was...
All right, so the Whalers lead it late in the third, trying to avoid elimination. Let's go back now to the Meadowlands. Mike Emrick and Bill Clement, where the Islanders are on the power play, Mike.
Inspired kill-off so far by New Jersey, but Janssen fires one that is blocked high in the air by Burke. 15 seconds to go, power play. Diving attempt by Sundstrom, but the Islanders still have it. It is Makala, gives to Trottier. Has Janssen and feeds to him. Then Trottier. Penalty time is up. Trottier finesses to Makala. Feeds Trottier. LaFontaine at the front wants it, gets it, shot tipped wide.
Got it too late, a quarter second too late.
Leiter gives it up to Belichick. They're standing and waving the handkerchiefs. Their team has killed off the Miner. Leiter to Lauer, but to Curvers. And so it is Kirk Muller back to get it for New Jersey. Connects on with Broughton. Wants to get it to Verbeek, but Sutter is there. Interesting, we had talked about the matchup and how well Sutter did in the first 2 games. Well, he has wound up against this unit in games 3 and 4 quite a bit. Puck held to the side by Byrne.
You know, we talked at the outset of this series about who is going to be a hero in the playoffs for whatever team. Well, number 5, Tom Curvers for the Devils, has played outstanding hockey. I think some of the best hockey of his career. In so many one-on-one situations, he has won those confrontations. And that's the kind of effort that you have to have all the way up and down your bench to get by a hockey team and to advance. This is a tight series. And it's only fitting that the Patrick division be the tightest series because they were the division that ended up with the tightest situation during the regular season. Look at that attack zone time, but Thomas Janssen had the puck at least a half a dozen times back on the blue line and just wouldn't let it go. So they only ended up with 1 shot on goal.
Muller for the faceoff, tying up with Basson, and coming by to scoop it up is Curvers. Gave it up to Diddick, and so Burke had to punch that one away. Driver wraps it along for the lift back out by Pat Verbeek. It's sent across for Muller, but the play was offside. 12 shots Islanders, 7 shots Devils. Devils leading in this game 2-0 with 13:42 to go in the second period. We noticed the sea of white in Winnipeg tonight. They're wearing the white there. Here at the Meadowlands, they're waving it. But, of course, it's different. I don't know if there's a Game 6, what they'll come back with. Last night it was Shakers that were green and white and red and white. Driver flips. Dennis Potvin is waiting. Forechecker is Verbeek. Muller taps over to Curvers. Muller regains from Curvers. Checked by Diddick. Nearly freight trained by Basson. But it's Wood starting it back for the Islanders. Bruce Driver goes back. It is flung away by Burke, but taken by Diddick. Couldn't control. Reaching was Curvers. Booming in with Crom is Muller. Yeah, they pay the price to work those boards.
Especially in the neutral zone. This is the Muller line. The Islanders simply beat them to death in the neutral zone, especially this line that's out here now. Basson, Crom, and Randy Wood. Verbeek said the other day, I don't think the guys that are playing against us even want to score. All they're trying to do is keep us off the scoreboard.
Janssen. Save made by Burke. Another shot is saved. Here's Basson. Feeds to Janssen. Steps by one. Flipped one in front that was tipped on goal. And Burke has it. The deflection by Crom. 12 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the second. Devils 2. Islanders the same as last night.
There are 3 nevers in sportscasting. Never wear your best suit to a locker room celebration. Never yell it's out of here before it's out of here. And even if you have to say Biancalana de Benicas de Balboni, never, never let them see you sweat.
Introducing Dry Idea for men, the most powerful wetness protection available to man.
Sweat belongs on the ball field, not in the broadcast booth.
New Dry Idea for men in sports scent and classic scent. Never let them see you sweat.
In Edmonton, the Oilers have come back from a 3-0 deficit again. 19:22 of the second period. Charlie Huddy from Messier and Gretzky fires one by Daniel Berthiaume. We're tied at 3 in Winnipeg after 2 periods. And just moments ago at the odd in Buffalo, Sabres leading 5-4. But here come the Never Say Die Bruins and Cam Neely, the All-Star. His second goal of the third period ties it up at 5 late in the third period at the odd. What a game that is. What a game we have, Mike.
Boy, are we ever fortunate. Not only can we dial around thanks to Tom Mees and everyone back in Bristol and see these, but we're getting such great games. Here it's 2-0 in favor of New Jersey. The puck chopped back around by Doug Sullivan. Conroy trying to get back for it was McLean, but Conroy there for the icing touch-up. The puck over the center red line and then the end line, but while we're preoccupied with that, there's a little more. McLean and Conroy, but now McLean goes for a skate to bring the temperature down a little. Remember, the puck sent from the defensive side of center and over both of those lines, the center and the end one, and touched up by the defense. That's when you have an icing call. For those of you who might be seeing your first game, Let's return now to Tom Mees.
All right, Mike, and let's go live to the odd in Buffalo. Time running down on both the Sabres and Bruins in regulation time, tied at 5. Ted Darling and Mike Robitaille are there to cover the festivity.
The arms went up for a moment. A couple of Sabres threw their arms up, but nothing really happened. Lemlin was right there to hold onto the puck before it went over the goal line. And look at Kerry Fraser. He's just leaning up against the post. Nobody could have a better look at that puck than Kerry Fraser.
And we'd like to welcome ESPN to our broadcast here. As you look at this replay, there's 42 seconds remaining here in this third period. The game is tied at 5-5. And there's Christian Ruutu. Thought perhaps the puck had gone over the line, but look, there's Kerry Fraser, the referee, right on the goal line.
You know, and surprisingly, look back at that play, and who coughed the puck up? It was Raymond Bourque again. It's unusual to see Bourque cough the puck up in such a deadly position.
At one point in this third period, the Sabres had taken a 4-2 lead. The Bruins came back to tie it at 4-4. Then Buffalo went ahead 5-4 on a goal by Housley, and Neely just a few moments ago tied it up with Neely's second goal of the game, second goal of the playoffs. Face-off in the Bruins zone. Ruutu trying to win the draw. Now Kluzak, Ruutu in after it. He's trying to set it up. Here's Lindsman there, Ruutu and Kluzak. There's Lindsman behind the net. 30 seconds left. The long pass gloved down by Ramsey. He will send it back into the Boston zone. 25 seconds left in regulation. Kluzak now giving it to Bourque. The long pass tipped by Lindsman into the Buffalo zone. Ramsey hustles back after it. And the Bruins are called for icing.
And that's twice. I'm sorry.
With 14 seconds now left in regulation.
And that's twice in the last minute that the Boston Bruins have been called for icing. 14 seconds remaining. A very mild game compared to the first three encounters. It was war out there for the first three games. And there's Cam Neely, their big workhorse. He slipped one into the far corner. Tonight, what an exceptional goal, and what a play from his centerman, Janney, who put it right on his stick, and he found the far corner.
34 shots for Buffalo and 30 for the Bruins. Face-off will be into the right now of Lemlin. 14 seconds left in regulation.
How much gas can Kluzak and Bourque have left?
Oh, they've been playing, I'll tell you, well over 40 minutes. They've had to here in this game tonight. Now Ruutu against Lindsman.
It's gut check time right now.
Down the draw, taken by Bourque. Bourque goes in behind the net. 9 seconds left. It's cleared into the Buffalo zone. Ramsey hustling back after it. And with 2 seconds now left on the clock, again the Bruins are called for icing. And the face-off will come back in. Now the Sabres will try to set this up, and they hope that Ruutu will be able to perhaps win the draw as Darren Pupa makes his way to the Buffalo bench for an extra skater.
All right, so it appears that the Bruins and Sabres are going into overtime. We'll keep you posted, and we'll be going back to the Devils and the Islanders as the road to the Cup continues.
The day is on for New Jersey. Fans are reacting, and you saw a close-up of Potvin as he really worked over Pat Verbeek, and the fans, of course, thought that it should have been a 5-on-3 New Jersey. Now with this is Driver moving on to Kerbers with 1:20 to go on the power play. 2-0 New Jersey ahead. 10:50 left in the second period. Broughton pivots. Scoops it along to Muller. McLean at the front. Kerbers with it at the back. Muller. Broughton. Driver. Save! Driver again. Stoppage of play. Diddick ready to go with John McLean, and a crowd gathers.
Boy, that play that the Devils have worked tonight is the play that they couldn't get on track in the first three games. That one from in deep. Pretty successful. They just haven't scored on it.
10:30 to go in the second. 2-0 Devils.
Around the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight. Boston, Buffalo going to overtime. Washington, Philadelphia going to overtime. Detroit 8-0 winners over Toronto. Hartford's going to stay alive. They lead Montreal 7-4 in the third. Edmonton and Winnipeg 3-3 after 2. Chicago 2, St. Louis 1 in the second. Later on, Calgary and Los Angeles. Let's go back to Mike Emrick and Bill Clement.
Well, for their part in the skirmish, Tom, McLean got a high-sticking minor. Diddick a roughing minor. So it remains a 5-on-4 power play. No change in the number of men on the ice for either team. 58 seconds of power play time to go for New Jersey. The Devils on the night are 2 out of 3 on the power play. But now shorthanded, Mikko Makala couldn't get by Driver. Driver a moment ago hammered his stick on the ice and stared straight to the roof as he had a good chance in front, but saw Rudy save it, as Rudy does this time on Kurt Muller from the opposite side.
Somebody was yelling at Kelly Rudy there, and I thought he said, "Okay, Kelly," which meant leave it there, and then I heard play it. So there might have been kind of a stutter command there. One of the defensemen going back, Conroy's out there. But Rudy at first was going to play it. And then I heard, even from up here with some of our effects mics that pick up what's happening on the ice, I heard, "Okay, Kelly," and then play it. But it was a little too late to change the command, and Kelly Rudy just about got crossed up. He should have played it around. He didn't have enough time to leave it there.
Driver and McLean had the goals in the game tonight, both in the first period and both on the power plays. Ron Hogarth will take off Broughton and Brian Trottier. And both of them head off shaking their hands, and now a conversation along the glass near the penalty box, and everyone gathers around just to be a part of it.
The penalties, 2 minutes each for cross-checking.
Here's what the Devils did after the first period, and to date it has held up. 2 for 3. Their attack zone time was excellent. Their shots only 2. Remember, Driver hit the post on 1. That is not registering there. Quality shots 1, point shots 1, but the big number there, 2 for 3. And those 2 goals are holding up right now.
10 minors on the night for the Islanders, 8 for New Jersey, 2 majors apiece. 52 minor penalties, and we are almost halfway through game 4. 52 to the Islanders and 49 to New Jersey. Sullivan and Kerr exchanging sticks just briefly. Conroy drills. Danico keeps. Mark Johnson turning for it was Sullivan. Moving in is Danico. Brushes it to Sullivan. Pass cut off by Conroy. Danico rolls it along to Mark Johnson. Johnson has a man creeping on the other side, Wolanin, but gives on the same side for Danico. Flex back toward Sullivan. Then to Mark Johnson. Points it to Danico. Hammers one that is knocked down. Backhanded by Sundstrom, and a great save made by Kelly Rudy. Johnson tries to fight it back, but Alan Kerr's deflection forces the Devils back. Johnson along to Craig Wolanin. Up the wing to Sundstrom, with Johnson breaking and getting a piece of that shot was Rudy. Basson starts back out for the Islanders. The teams are now at full strength. Out to get this one is Burke, and swats it away from Sutter. Sutter, the dogged captain of this team, turns it along to Basson. Then back to Potvin. Fires one, and that knockdown. Centering pass, and Sutter just wrestled off by Ken Danico. Sutter gets up to play once more. Moves to the front. Taken down, and Wolanin clears. This will be an icing call as Janssen is back. Clock stopped with 8:51 to go in the second period. It's still the Devils 2 and the Islanders no score.
To play another day, Mike and Bill. They beat the Montreal Canadiens 7-5, so the Canadiens don't get the sweep they hoped for. Instead, they'll be hopping on a plane back to the Forum for Game 5 Tuesday night. Still in command. Let's go back to Mike and Bill in New Jersey.
Yielding 7 goals to Hartford is not the mark of the defensively oriented team that wins the regular season Jennings Trophy for the best defensive average. Getting caught on a 2-on-1 for the tiebreaker either.
Sitting here watching that, saying, how does that happen when you have a 1-goal lead and you're a team that's supposed to be that good defensively, especially in the playoffs?
Here we have a face-off near Kelly Rudy, who has made sure that the Devils have not gotten an even bigger break in this game than they have. It's 2-0, and we see attack zone time of over half of that power play.
But only 1 shot. Pretty successful kill by the Devils, or at least by the Islanders.
It is Anderson rolling to Velishek. Wide with the shot. Lauer is there. Chops it ahead, and Sutter is in stride. Looks for a breaking winger. Dalgarno is moving. Got it to him. Oh, and he couldn't get a good shot He dubbed it, and that partly because perhaps Brown was on him so tightly. Now it's Anderson moving back out with Brown, picks up Sorella, and skies one to the glass. Lauer checks with Brown. Anderson trying to get away from Thomas Janssen. Still muscling it around. Burley Perry Anderson back to the corner where Lauer takes Brown away. Brown rushes back in and is boomed to the boards by Lauer and then flipped down. Linesmen hurry right in as we again have play stopped here. Action going all around the NHL tonight. The man who checks it for us is Tom Mees.
All right, Mike Emrick, and they are cheering at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. 1:18 into overtime. Clint Malarchuk clears the puck from the back of his own net, but he doesn't get it out of the zone, and Murray Craven gets a backhand and scores at 1:18 of overtime. Philadelphia trailed 4-1 in the third period, wins it 5-4 in overtime. They lead the series 3-1. Going back to the Cap Center Tuesday night, and the crowd at the Spectrum, well, they're just a tad happy, as you might imagine. That one guy looks like our producer, Jim Roller. He's in our truck, isn't he, Mike?
Yeah, he does.
I was thinking the same thing.
You know, we haven't heard from Jim lately. Not in the last few minutes.
Oh, he's just told us he is there.
Okay, well, then we'll buy it. We're not sure if maybe he's been beamed up elsewhere. Speaking of which, we have Captain Kirk out right now. Kirk Muller of the New Jersey Devils. Near this one, driver's pass goes through Maley. Turning with this is King. And then working on him is Pat Verbeek. To his side, continuing. They continue to jam away, just muscling along the boards. King is there and Verbeek. Verbeek able to step away with it. Played it back to Driver. Wheeled it off. Flicked away by Rudy. Verbeek can't center. You may have overheard one of the Islanders yell, "Ice it," as there's been quite a bit of pressure and they want to make a line change. It's the Devils who are able to change right now as it's dumped in, and the Islanders outlet to King, but across two lines. That'll get the stoppage of play they wanted, and LaFontaine's line will come off.
I think it was Ken Morrow that was yelling for the icing to try and get a change, and it really is a decided disadvantage depending on which period you're playing in and how close your bench is to your defensive zone. That's where you end up getting in trouble if you get tired. It's always easy to get out of the offensive zone. The team has to go a couple hundred feet to get back to your end. But when you get tired in the defensive zone and your bench happens to be the far one instead of the close one, it can seem like an eternity.
The Islanders' offense has contributed. Johnson on the face-off for New Jersey. In with Brian Trottier, and Randy Mitten animatedly lecturing Dale Henry of the Islanders about face-off encroachment. Dennis Potvin for the Islanders. One tipped along for Makela, but he's outreached by Danico. Sundstrom back for McLean. Punched away from him nicely by Potvin. Over to Makela. Swings it. Trottier in, set up for Henry for a quick shot that was blocked. Didick a shot, and that turned aside by Danico. Doesn't know where it is, and it is brushed back away by McLean. Kelly Rudy comes out, has Sundstrom swooping nearby, so it's handed over to Makela. Didick connects with Dennis Potvin. Then back ahead, and up the wing it is taken by Makela. Tipped away by Danico. Play made further. And Potvin can't get in, so it's thrown back by Trottier, and another shift change for the Islanders. It's rolled around to Sundstrom. The line out now for New Jersey has been their most productive of this series. Starting back in is Wood. Loses to McLean. Basson can't handle, and so it's Wolanin. And Janssen will go back. Stick around between periods for the Diet Coke scoreboard and action from all the playoff games around the NHL. Basson in, and had it tipped away by Loisel. We get a stoppage of play as holding on to it is Burke. The point men are staying out of this so they can keep the face-off deep in the New Jersey zone. So right now 3 Islanders and 5 Devils are contesting. 5:31 to go in the second. Devils 2, Islanders nothing.
Hawks lead it 3-2. Back to New Jersey, Mike and Bill.
Well, as has happened so frequently in this series, we're getting a conference regarding penalties. Majors haven't been the big thing. There have only been 8 coincidental major penalties for fighting. Here is Basson being impeded by Loisel,
Watch
and then
him
there was
take
a
a shot.
skirmish after.
Right there, he took a shot at Sean Burke going by him with his stick. And it was in that corner where Basson is getting up that tempers flared for the 4,124th time in this National Hockey League playoff year.
You know, there's some statistical stuff, and we don't want to barrel this in at you with numbers, but there's a tendency in the first 4 games for the 3rd game of almost all series to have the most temperament, and then the first is second. And the 4th game tends to be the lightest one, and that, I would suppose, is explained by the fact that when you get to game 4, one team is down. Either it's 2-1 or 3-0 by that point. And you just can't take chances with extra penalties, especially the unnecessary ones that come from such challenges.
I remember throughout last year's playoffs that Terry Simpson of the Islanders started referring to his team as, well, he mentioned it once, and then I think I referred to it game after game as to his team being like a cork. You know, you can submerge it for so long, but somehow it finds a way to bob to the surface, and that's what we used talking about the Islanders against the Capitals, and then they scared the Flyers to death in their series. Well, 5:31 to go in the second period. They trail the Devils by 2, and I mentioned early in this game that I think the team that is ahead after 2 periods in this hockey game will go on to win the series. First of all, I think the team that's leading will go on to win this hockey game. Subsequently, I think that the team that wins this hockey game will win the series.
Well, here's Johnson with a backhander, held off by Burke, and he'll hang on, and Sorella wants to go after LaFontaine for the attempt with his stick on Burke, and a crowd gathers again, except as before, the 2-point man.
Burke had caught the puck, and LaFontaine gave him a swat under the hand, on the back of his hand, which is really the most vulnerable area of a goaltender's glove. Obviously, more padding is on the side that he catches with. That's what Joe Sorella was reacting to. Johnson comes in and takes a backhand shot. There it is. See how LaFontaine just came up and swatted him underneath? Burke had his hand in kind of a basket fashion with his knuckles facing down, and that's where he got wrapped.
54 total minutes on the night. These 2 teams are 3rd and 5th of the 16 teams competing in terms of the penalties that they've come up with. But there was just a case of LaFontaine, as Bill mentioned earlier, a hungry player tonight, driving hard, but also committing a no-no as one is directed to the seats. They mess around that goaltender, especially a savior as Burke has been in the last month for New Jersey.
You bet.
You'll hear about it.
You bet. That shot went into the stands because it hit that man, John McLean. And when you have forwards, and I've seen so many of the Devils forwards blocking shots, you can tell how much this hockey team wants it. That's not to say that the Islanders do not. Boy, I'll tell you, the Devils have been playing inspired hockey in front of their guy, Sean Burke. And there are intangibles that surround different goalies. Even if one stops the puck as well as the other one, sometimes hockey teams just play better for certain goalies than other goalies.
That's one of the things I think baseball fans always notice. A team sometimes gets more runs for one pitcher than another one. Now they work from this face-off. It is Joe Sorella flopping one back out, and it's chipped in deep. To get it is Muller. Broughton is at the front, but has to go to the back because checkers were catching up, and that was Henry who got there first. Puck swung across, and Belichick is there to tap it in deep. Muller wedged. Puck taken by Kerr. Kerr pivots away, but it's flicked from him, and so it's Kirk Muller for New Jersey. Spins one in front, and had Johnson not had Broughton, there would have been a great Devils chance. Muller striding toward that one with 4:40 to go in this second period. Devils ahead in the game, 2-0. Muller with a backhander, and Rudy catches and holds on. Everything results in a shove at that goal mouth. This time Johnson and Verbeek. Interesting, 3 years ago, when Rudy and Smith were goaltending together, it was Kelly Rudy who seemed to not get the goaltending support, or at least the offensive support, from his team, and Billy Smith was getting the 4 and 5 goals to work with in a game. So that shows you how things can turn. Arkansas at Oklahoma State in college baseball tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Yeah, you see the wide shot of the arena here. Every seat is full. And whether there's some Islander fans here who have just chosen not to wave them, everybody was handed one of those handkerchiefs with the Devils logo on it tonight. They've been waved frequently. As you see, the veteran linesman Ray Scapanello, over 1,000 games in the regular season, and one of the linesmen who has had the most games in the playoffs. And while he skates away, we'll stride away back to Bristol. Here's Tom.
All right, Mike, at Chicago Stadium, the St. Louis Blues have come back to tie in a blast here by Doug Gilmour. You're seeing what Darren Pang sees, except maybe he was screened on this goal. Gilmour's second of the playoffs. St. Louis 3, Chicago 3, second period in the Windy City. Let's go back to New Jersey.
12 shots this period by the Islanders, 8 for New Jersey, but still no Islander goals. Devils ahead in the game 2-0. Under 4.5 minutes to play in the second period as the puck lodged once more. Gotta like the Sutters. Man, oh man, do I like those players.
Well, especially this one in this series. Brent Sutter has not done anything offensively in this series, but he has come so close, especially in the last 6 minutes of this game. And he's done an outstanding job on one of the top lines in the National Hockey League today, the Kirk Muller, Pat Verbeek, and Aaron Broughton line. Tower of power, Brent Sutter.
All of the Sutters hailing from the little town of Viking in Alberta.
And he won't be talking to his brother Ron until one of them gets knocked out of the playoffs. That's the pact that they make. They will not communicate back and forth. They go on a vacation at least. Their telephone wires are cut to one another. Self-imposed. They just don't feel that it's in their best interest to talk to one another during the playoffs.
Diddick shot tipped to the glass. Pivoting is Danico. Knocked from him, and Dalgarno goes to get it. Wolanin steps into him, but it is Maley. Checked from behind by Lauer. Danico trying to poke it along. Guy with it momentarily was Maley. Now Wolanin will drill it back around. And so the Islanders must chase again. This will be an icing call as Potvin arrives, stopping the clock with 3:52 to go in the second. And yeah, I guess.
Anderson was 50 feet behind the play, and he went and dug and dug and dug, and he knew it was going to be an icing call. And I think the question in Perry Anderson's mind was, can I hit him soon enough after he touches it not to end up in trouble? All the way. Look at Anderson on the right, bottom right of your screen. Now he was way behind. He gets behind around Diddick. Didn't do much to help out Dennis Potvin, and boom! Watch Potvin swing and hit the glass. Potvin wasn't trying to hit him. I think that was more frustration.
I've seen careers ended that way, only on back hits rather than forward ones. Potvin at least had the advantage for a split second of seeing him come.
Were you let up? You think that the play is going to be whistled down immediately, and that kind of hit really is not the norm. It is the exception to the rule. But Dennis Potvin ended up for even swatting the glass, and he ended up getting a 2-minute penalty, so they are coincidental to Anderson and Potvin.
Joe Watson comes to mind when he was playing with Colorado, and Bob Daly, the last game he played in the NHL, was just going back for an icing touch-up and was hit from behind. Boston and Buffalo are in overtime tonight. We'll keep you updated on that one. Philadelphia has won in overtime, got 3 goals in the third period, including one by Shel Samuelson in the last half minute to force the overtime, and then one. Makela, hard drive, and a chest save by Burke. Another drive, and that hit someone in front. And it's cleared. Here the teams are at even strength. 3 minutes and 28 seconds to go in the second period. Devils ahead 2-0. What have you, Tom Mees?
Well, we have overtime at the Odd in Buffalo. Let's go live now. Ted Darling and Mike Robitaille, the Bruins and the Sabres tied at 5 in OT. Ted?
A shot. Here's Neely coming up with his drive, and that one went wide. Bourque at the right point. He kept it in. Rupp trying to clear it. Cleared by Housley. Gives it to Napier. At center. Now to the Boston line. Napier going to the corner. He's taken to the boards by Bourque. Tucker comes up with it, sends it back. Here's Johansson coming up on the play. Keeping it in. Andrechuk sends it right through the goal crease. And Bourque is there to knock it away. Danny comes right back for the Bruins. At center. Out the Buffalo line, clearing it in. Johansson, one mistake. Neither team, and it's all over.
I don't think the players don't realize it.
Here's Casper taking over. He'll drop it back in. Ramsey, he swings it over to Johansson at the Buffalo blue line. Brunauer, Foligno's got a break. There's Foligno going in. Oh, and a great sliding save there by one of the Bruins. There's going to be a penalty coming up here. Yes, a tripping ball to the Bruins. Foligno taken down, and the Sabres will go to the power play.
And you can see Foligno argue a little bit for the penalty shot. Let's have a look at it. Here he goes. He's wide open at this point. The rookie Wesley catching up to him. Sweep check, takes the puck right off his stick. No penalty, certainly no penalty shot on that opportunity for Foligno. I'll tell you, it was an outstanding play by Wesley. Did he ever hustle to get back here? And he caught up to Foligno at the last moment, brought him down to the ice. The referee decided to make the call. Now the Sabres move on to the power play. And Talbot is down in the corner, slow getting up. He's not getting up whatsoever, as a matter of fact.
And again. So the Buffalo Sabres will be on the power play in overtime as Kerry Frazier calls the tough penalty. Meanwhile, the New Jersey Devils have gone up 3-0. Mike, fill us in.
Well, it was Doug Brown, Tom, that scored the goal. The line of Boysell, Conacher, and Brown were on the ice. Now it's 3-0. The Muller line continues to be shut down, and the Devils, as like a team that is destined to go someplace, continues to get offense from unexpected sources. This one from the free agent out of Boston College, Doug Brown. He's made it 3-0.
2 minutes and 35 seconds to go. This will be a hard atmosphere to come back in. The heck with the atmosphere. That number 1 in goal means a great deal too at the end to our right. Back on comes Mark Johnson. Couldn't connect with McLean. Wolanin booms Alan Kerr. Johnson canceled by Crom. Meanwhile, Basson and Sundstrom just getting up. Oh yeah, it's still rough. Basson wraps it around for Alan Kerr, but it's Driver. Going to get it is Leiter. Spins it along, but it is chipped further by Curvers. Basson ties up his man, and now it's Crom starting back out. Hit Kerr with the pass. Crom to try again, and guided it back deep. Shift change on for the Islanders. Curvers to get it for New Jersey, along to Driver. Second effort gets it to Muller. And Muller can start ahead. 90 seconds left in this period. Muller trying to go by Johnson in his carry to the boards. Pat Verbeek wants to go back and play as they continue to kick it along. It's Broughton unable to get to the front because of the checking of LaFontaine. And Pat LaFontaine turns it out to Kerr. They've got a 2-on-1 with Driver back. It is Kerr waiting, fires, he scores! It looked as though he had lost his chance.
Well, he lost his chance to pass over to Pat LaFontaine, but he never did lose his chance to shoot. Bruce Driver was the one-man back facing Alan Kerr. Kerr stopped, Driver stopped, and then Kerr shot. But here's the play that cost him a 2-on-1. Aaron Broughton, number 10 for the Devils, let Pat LaFontaine step around him. That sent him away on the 2-on-1. Here is Kerr with the puck. Driver goes down, and when he gets up, Kerr just times it right between Burke's legs. Tough to defend against. Don't count these Islanders out. They're a proud hockey organization. You know, as soon as Driver left his feet, he really lost the advantage to dig in and push towards Alan Kerr. Alan Kerr had all kinds of time to shoot, and he made no mistake.
The ovation that you heard while the replays were going on was a standing handkerchief waving ovation for Sean Burke, having fashioned one shutout and having gone through almost 5 consecutive periods without the Islanders scoring. Kerr gets his first goal of the playoffs. LaFontaine the assist at 18:49. Randy Belichick pokes it by Delgarno. Loisel outlets along to Brown. Brown with a shot, and that blocked away by Potvin. It's Gerald Diddick starting back out. Sailed it wide of Burke. He corrals for Danico. Got Sullivan back. Calmly guided away by Rudy. Drilled around the boards by Brown. To take it is Ken Leiter. Sutter moves out with Leiter alongside. Headmans to Henry. Back for Sutter, but just too many Devils in the way. Morrow flips one wide. The horn sounds. The second period ends. The Islanders have finally gotten one through Sean Burke.
But the Devils, in my mind, are still sitting, obviously, in a real nice spot right now. A 2-goal lead. Now will be a time to see if the Devils have the mental toughness. They can't go into a shell just yet. They have 20 minutes left to play. They have to take some of the play into the Islanders' end. They can't play it all in front of Sean Burke. He's not Superman. He's an outstanding goalie. He doesn't have an S on his shirt.
40 minutes have gone by here in this contest tonight. Driver and McLean had first period goals for New Jersey. Brown came up with 1-2. But then Alan Kerr, with 1:11 to go, brought the Islanders back to within 2. It's 3-1. Let's return to Tom Mees.
All right, Mike Emrick, there is joy at the odd in Buffalo. You're watching the goal here by John Tucker. Hit off Gord Kluzak off the skate of Reggie Lemelat. John Tucker scores for the Sabres, only the second power play overtime goal in Stanley Cup history. Sabres win the game 6-5, tie the series at 2-2. Tucker's 6th playoff goal. Our score after 2, New Jersey 3, the Islanders 1.
No matter how you drive your engine clean with Mobil Super Unleaded Gasoline. Its high-octane detergent formula can unclog fuel injectors and give your car a new injection of power. For top performance, drive your engine clean with Mobil Super Unleaded, high-octane with a plus.
The Peerless washerless faucet you install today will not only be working in the year 2001, it will still be under
541-5744. Or in the Cherry Hill area.
Road to the Cup Studios, I'm Tom Mees. Quite a story tonight developing in Winnipeg. First of all, the Edmonton Oilers trailed in this game 4-3-0. They have now come back to take the lead. Officially, the credit for this goal goes to the Oilers' Craig Simpson. However, it looks like Norman Lacombe would get the goal. No matter, Edmonton did get a goal in a goal-mouth scramble, poking the puck by Daniel Berthiaume. I still say it's Norman Lacombe. Whatever, Edmonton leads the game 4-3. Now, yesterday in game number 3, Glenn Anderson was given a match penalty. The National Hockey League still has to review that case. There may be a suspension in Anderson's future, but we don't know that. What we do know is that tonight in Game 4, Glenn Anderson of Edmonton is playing. He has just received a 5-minute major penalty for slashing, so the Winnipeg Jets are on a 5-minute power play, and they need it because they trail Edmonton now at home 4-3 in the third period. Jim Houston and Gary Green are on the case of the Winnipeg Arena. Let's go to the province of Manitoba for an update. Jim?
Here come the Jets in on the power play. We welcome our viewers from the United States. The Stanley Cup champion Oilers were down 3-0. They've come back to take a 4-3 lead, but Glenn Anderson has taken a major for slashing called by the linesman, and the Jets are on a power play here, trying to tie this game up in front of their home fans and tie the series. Mario Marois back for the puck in his own zone. Off the boards for Freddie Olesen. 3:45 remaining in the penalty to Anderson. 8:30 remaining in the period number 3. Olesen at center. They haven't been able to get in and set this power play up. And Jim Houston with Gary Green and Roger Nielsen as the Oilers send the Jets back to their own zone again.
The Oilers have really been standing up in the blue line. They're not allowing the Jets to be able to carry that puck in. The Jets are going to have to dump it in and go after it. Send 2 men.
Olesen. Now to Laurie Boschman up the left wing. Ray Neufeld in the middle, but Boschman lost the puck as he ran into Curry, who's very slow to get up, but he stays on the ice. Mario Marois flips the puck in. Neufeld in after Huddy. Boschman's there as well. They double team Huddy, but can't come up with the puck as Charlie falls on it and stops play with 3 minutes and a second left in Anderson's major penalty.
So the Winnipeg Jets still have an opportunity. The power play maybe for another 3 minutes and 1 second as Glenn Sather looks on anxiously. The Oilers trying to protect the lead. And if they win this game, they'll go back to Edmonton leading the series 3-1. Our score, the Devils 3, the Islanders 1 after 2 in New Jersey. Back in a moment.
I'm Tom Brookshire.
And I'm Greg Luzinski.
Bull, you had a great baseball career, my friend.
Thanks, Tom, but you're no stranger to winning.
Well, I've had a good career, and I met some winning people like you along the way.
Yes, like the winning team here at Wrightson Home and Ford.
You're right, a great selection and a courteous staff backed up by General Manager Joe Glowacki.
And Joe's always here if you need him.
Visit us at Wrightson Home and Ford, Route 73, Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
Attention golfers, dust off your clubs and get a head start on your spring swing as world-famous golf instructor Bob Toski teaches you golf. This 70-minute instructional video will help you improve your game through specialized training in your grip, stance, and swing, as well as techniques in putting, chipping, and driving. The Bob Toski Teaches You Golf video retails for $49.95, but is available exclusively on First Run in April for only $9.95.
For another edition of the Diet Coke Scoreboard on the road to the Cup. We'll be going back to the Byrne Meadowlands Arena in just a moment, where the Devils lead the Islanders 3-1, looking to go up in this Patrick Division semifinal series 3-1. Other scores tonight around the league. In overtime, John Tucker, his 6th of the playoffs, and on the power play, only the 2nd power play goal ever in Stanley Cup overtime. Buffalo wins over Boston 6-5 to tie that series at 2. Philadelphia wins in overtime over Washington. The Flyers lead it 3-1 in the series. Murray Craven got the game winner for Philadelphia. Toronto and Detroit, well, the Maple Leafs were the Maple Laughs. They didn't show up. Detroit wins at 8-0, leads the series 3-1. Hartford stayed alive tonight, beating Montreal 7-5. Goes back to Montreal for Game 5 Tuesday night. Edmonton and Winnipeg, as we just saw, Edmonton clinging to a 4-3 lead, but the Jets are on the power play in the 3rd period. St. Louis and Chicago in the 2nd intermission, tied at 4. And getting underway in just moments at the fabulous Forum in L.A., it's the L.A. Kings and the Calgary Flames. Bruce Buchanan was kind enough to give us a few pregame thoughts from Southern California. Here's Bruce and John Garrett.
Thanks, Tom. John Garrett, the Los Angeles Kings came out very aggressively in Game 3. Do you expect them to do the same thing tonight?
I'm sure they're going to try. They set the tone in Game 3. Calgary did it in Game 1 and 2. It'll be interesting to see if they can maintain that pace. They had an emotional game last night, 4 games in 5 nights. They have to try and do it again.
You know, I give the fans here at the Forum a lot of credit. Sellouts are rare, but they had one last night, and it really seemed to urge them on.
Goaltender Glenn Healy commented on that after the game. It was like having a 7th player. If they can get involved early like they did last night, that will help the Kings.
And the Flames may have Mike Bullard back in the lineup tonight, and that should help.
Well, their power play was #1 in the NHL over the season, but here last night they were 0 for 8. Bullard will help.
Kings hoping to even the series here in Los Angeles tonight. Tom, back to you.
All right, Bruce, thank you very much. Another sellout crowd is on hand at the fabulous Forum, and the L.A. Kings, I've been informed, have just gone on the power play just into the game. Our score after 2, the Devils 3, the Islanders 1. The road to the Cup continues in a moment.
Hey, Walter, what's up?
With great taste and just 1 calorie, Diet Coke.
3rd period. Joe Cirella back for the Devils, who have the lead in the game 3-1. But it's Lauer angling one off Burke. Striding with it is Brown. Picks up Conacher, but shoveled it to an empty wing. Driver, McLean, and Brown have the goals tonight, in case you're just joining us. Those were the first 3, 2 in the first, 1 in the second. Alan Kerr got the Islanders on the board with just 1 minute and 11 seconds to go in period 2. Brent Sutter hammers. Burke watches the carom, as in to get it is Randy Belichick. The man who played for Lou Lamoriello, current general manager of the Devils, when Belichick was a student at Providence College, released that one out. Makala tries to get back in. Offside is the call.
The Road to the Cup on ESPN is being brought to you by Mercury, the shape you want to be in, and by 9X. When it's a question of telecommunications and information systems, the answer is 9X. And by the crisp, clean, imported taste of Labatt's Blue. It's blue heaven. Now back to the hockey action. Devils 3, Islanders 1.
Beach ball winds up on the ice. Although they've done this a little bit at Chicago Stadium, I've never seen an outbreak of beach ball volleyball playing, not only during the game, but more likely between periods than we've seen here at the Meadowlands. I guess that's become one of their customs. Here's Burke setting it up for Driver. Through Makala, taken by Broughton. Moving out is Kurt Muller. Drops it for Verbeek in the corner. He goes in with Conroy. Henry hit by Muller, and Muller went down. Janssen starts it ahead, laying it over to Conroy. Conroy flips. That one snared by Burke. Looking for a place to play, and Makela right on him. So because he was being checked, Ron Hogarth blows the whistle.
Not a bad decision. He had a chance when he first caught it, but waited till Makela got close to him. Muller took a fall from Dale Henry's shoulder in the other end, but Muller came around with his stick and caught Henry pretty high. That's something you have to watch out for. And there are a lot of guys that execute that pretty well. They get hit. I think Glenn Anderson of the Oilers is the best. He gets hit, and on the way down, he makes it look like part of his fall. He'll swing around with the stick and clonk somebody on the head.
Well, Tom Mees brought you up to date on a situation involving Anderson tonight. He took a major penalty, and so at a time when the Oilers didn't need it, Winnipeg went on a long power play. Last night, Anderson got a match penalty late in the game that was lost by his team, the Oilers, to Winnipeg. Danico connects to McLean. Tom, of course, will keep you up to date on all of the other NHL action, not only during this period, but at the end of our telecast tonight. Islanders go burrowing in. Puck to LaFontaine, and a shot is saved by Byrne. Let's go back to Tom Mees right now.
All right, Stanley Cup action just underway in Los Angeles. With the Kings on the power play, it's Calgary who scores. Hokenlube shorthanded at 1:29. Calgary 1, Los Angeles nothing. Let's go back to the Meadowlands. Mike Emrick and Bill Clement.
Devils won their first playoff game at home. 2 nights before, they won their first ever playoff game. Running out of firsts as LaFontaine is in to take the draw. That one knocked away by Danico. Wolanin lays it along. Tipped out by Sundstrom. Dubbed by Leiter, but corralled by Kerr. Leiter once more. Makela. Man, was he hit up high by Wolanin. Makela guided it wide. Breezing into play is Craig Wolanin, and he flaps one down the ice. Going back to get it is Leiter, and it will be an icing call. I'm not sure if there's that much uncharted water left when we talked about those first, Bill. Look at the goalies.
Here's what our goaltenders have done through 2 periods. Burke has faced 20. Go down to the tough saves. 14 of Burke's saves have been tough saves. Kelly Rudy has had an excellent hockey game. He has made 9 tough saves. And you can see that Burke likes to move the puck up the ice a little more than Kelly Rudy does. 9 of his 15 handles were up ice moves, trying to get it out of the zone. 5 of 14 were Rudy's.
Muller and Basson for the face-off. Islanders out shooting the Devils 21-15. Puck tipped back out. The Devils had only 16 shots in the second game. A retaliation may be what will be called. I noticed Verbeek came around with a stick, and that's what Ron Hogarth saw. So an important part of this game for the Islanders. They're down by 2, but they've got the power play. It's the Devils 3 and the Islanders 1.
It also took a 5-minute major penalty, and they just made themselves their own worst enemies as Yari Curry blasts one into the net. And Edmonton now leads this game 5-3, looking good to go up 3-1 in that series, Mike.
Well, you talk about discipline. First, Anderson puts his team down, and then the Jets go down 2.
Now here, Pat Verbeek has taken a high sticking penalty. I don't know how that happens. Oh, here's a 2-on-1 for the Devils.
Brown and Loisel. Brown's shot is smothered by the defenseman back, Dennis Potvin. Back up come the Islanders. Diddick drops in. Burke sets it up. Belichick wheels it. Trache in the way, though. Makela lost. Devils clear. So Kelly Rudy stick handles for Diddick. Brown there to try to smoke him out. 90 seconds to go power play. 3-1 New Jersey ahead. Islanders for the second time are guilty of icing while on the man advantage. That 900 number. You want to express your opinion on whether the NHL playoff system should be changed. Only costs you a couple of quarters. If you think it should be changed, 1-900-720-0030. If you say no, it's fine as it is. 1-900-720-0033.
Here's what the Islanders have done in the power play tonight. 0 for 2. Their attack zone time has been okay. Their shots have been pretty poor. No blood. 0 for 2. That's the big one. Here they are again, though.
Leiter across to Kerr. Checked by Johnson. Cleared by Belichick. Islanders empty on the power play, as Bill mentioned, and they're halfway from being empty in this one. Offside called against the Islanders. So they're guilty of an offside as well as an icing while on the advantage. That was an offside pass, so the puck will be faced off at the point it was let go. And that's back near the Islanders line.
Here's the play coming up ice. Right up the middle in the long pass. They've been trying to stretch it out. They have been trying to stretch the Devils all the way out and get them up ice and then make that long pass, but twice it has failed. And that's the kind of pass that tells you that they are looking for a break. They're looking for a quick break and then possibly a breakaway. They're not looking for just possession of the zone. They're looking to catch the Devils asleep. But so far, all they've done is hurt themselves by taking, chances, trying to make a low percentage play and catch the Devils sleeping.
There's one that goes on to Makela. Has Trottier up the wing, fires himself into Burke, who covers. Sean Burke, 2 months ago, was an Olympian. Now he's in the pros and in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Well, they were able to spring Makela away on that one. He keeps coming across the blue line all the way behind the Devils' defense and then gets it, and he has to turn around by the
to the seats by Byrne. Good attack, met by strong resistance. It's still 3-1 Devils.
Here's the Calgary Flames mean business tonight in Inglewood, California, because they're already up 2-0. This blast off the stick of Brad McCrimmon. McCrimmon's goal makes it 2-0 Calgary early in the first period in Los Angeles. And just a few moments ago at the Winnipeg Arena, Wayne Gretzky and the boys skated off the ice with a 5-3 victory. Winnipeg trailing Edmonton now 3-1 in that series going back to Edmonton Tuesday night. Let's get back to New Jersey, Mike.
If the Devils go on to take this one, there could be a clincher Tuesday night at the Nassau Coliseum.
You know what happens, Mike, when you end up in a situation like this, and we talked about the uncharted waters, and I said, they've all been charted now. The Devils have played, they've all played in the playoffs, they've all played at home in the playoffs and on the road. The only thing they haven't done is try and protect a 2-goal lead going into the third period. And one of the symptoms of a team that really starts to stray is every time they get the puck in their zone, they fire it around the boards. They just dump it up the boards. The Islanders know that, especially a guy like Dennis Potvin. He is going to stand in, I'm sure, as are most of the Islanders' defensemen, and pick off those lame duck passes and those dumps up the boards. The Devils have to focus on moving the puck out of the zone the way they do it at the start of the game when the score is 0-0. And that means use the entire ice surface. Watch for them to continue to dump it up the boards. That's all they've been doing. The Islanders have had more success in holding them in so far in this third period than they have in the whole series.
Jim Schoenfeld, longtime member of the Buffalo Sabres, also played some for Boston, coached Buffalo for a while, watching from his team's bench, resplendent with the suspenders. LaFontaine for the faceoff with Johnson. The Johnson-McLean combination with Sundstrom has been responsible for 7 of the Devils' 12 goals. Conroy starts back in. Danico checked off. Wolanin forces it behind, and it's at the back of the net and held. By contrast, that big line still has not connected for a goal. Muller, Verbeek, and Broughton have been sewn up so far, as you see the big defenseman, Craig Wolanin.
You know, during the regular season, the big line for the Devils, the Muller line, had 25 points in 7 games against the Islanders. Tonight, Muller had an assist. Last night, Kurt Muller also had an assist. So, thus far in these 4 games, the Muller line has 2 points. They have not been held off the scoreboard goal-wise in 4 consecutive games all year. And the Islanders are 14 minutes and 28 seconds away from doing that.
Here is Conroy. Back over for Jansson's shot. And that one blocked by Danico. A great screen had been set up by Kerr in front of Burke. Puck flipped into Danico, and Kerr hurried a shot, but that off the bulky defenseman Ken Danico. Kerr continues to work. Wolanin tries to pump it ahead. Gets it to McLean, and he flipped one out. Thomas Johnsson to retrieve for the Islanders. Gives it up at the line to Wolanin. Then to John McLean, and it's sent down. Johnsson strides back to get it. This will be an icing play, and again, the faceoff will come back near Sean Burke with 13:54 to go in the third. We'll watch for the trends to conservatism on the part of the Devils. I guess some of it is certainly to be expected. You try to be a little tighter, but you also want to worry about whether you're getting any kind of offense generated or whether it's just constantly they're coming at you in waves.
Another symptom of a team that tightens up a little bit in this situation is they do things when they don't have to. In other words, they have a little more time than they think. During other situations, they just go ahead and take their time and they actually see the ice a little better. But now at this stage of the game, a lot of these younger players will think that they don't have enough time to execute, and they will get rid of the puck a little too quickly.
Islanders pressing the Devils into the boards. Puck comes back to Leiter, and that one blocked off by Brown. So back to get it is Morrow, and Bill, we just saw an example of what you were talking about.
Right up the boards. The defensemen just stand there.
Holding this one is Leiter. Teams are at even strength. 13:30 to go in the third period. As Leiter shovels one over to Morrow, then to Mikko Makala. Moving out with Henry. Makala fires. Trottier moving around with Sorella. Linesman in the way. He goes down. They continue to muscle for it, and it is Loisel trying to kick it away. Sorella flips through Trottier and along to Perry Anderson. Leiter moves across, dumps it away from Doug Brown. Belichick and Brown, and now Belichick just decides to pull it away and hand to Joe Cirella. Cirella pivoting from Henry. Henry trying to work on him, and Cirella prevails, but only for a moment. Everyone looking for it, and may have gone out of play. That apparently is what happened, and so a neutralized face-off. Nope, they'll keep it back near the Devils goaltender. It's a question of where it had gone and also who's caused it to go out. But apparently it was the Devils who deflected it last.
5 goals and 15 assists for 20 points. Those aren't huge totals by any means. But Henry is one of the strong Islander wingers, and they have so many good checking wingers that they're difficult to score goals on. That has always been one of their trademarks. They just don't have the firepower that they once had.
Diddick with a shot. Stopped by Burke. He punches at it, and it's popped in the air. Sutter pressed by Broughton. Centering pass by Lauer, and that denied by Kerbers, or Dalgarno would have had a good chance. Lauer rushed from behind by Muller. Moves in. Dishes off to Sutter. Sutter spins one in front. Quick shot. It's blocked away by Burke. As Dalgarno let go a good one in front, and the puck is cleared out of play. Oh, man. It is a 2-goal Devil lead, but almost back to 1.
It's amazing how things break down when you start running around. Kirk Muller overskated the puck. All of a sudden, the Islanders had a 2-on-1 on Tom Kerbers. Brent Sutter has been so strong around the net. There's the one that Burke saved on Dalgarno, number 17 from the slot. And the Islanders continue to pour it on. Here's another look at it. You can see Bruce Driver on the right, 23 for the Devils in white. He had to make a choice. Well, he went for the guy that was closer, seeing at 16, Pat Verbeek was coming back in to get Dalgarno. It's going to be a long 12 minutes if the Devils want to play it in their end. They don't want to, but they're running around. They're not reacting like a poised team right now. This is the area that they've never had to perform, a situation they've never had to perform in. And so far, to me, they're not passing the test. The Islanders are all over them.
Good point, Bill. Devils are shotless in this period. 12-14 to go in it. The Islanders have had 5. Puck drilled out of play, and so once more they'll do it. Saw a moment ago at the last stoppage, Terry Simpson of the Islanders. Now our focus goes on the rather calm Jim Schoenfeld, coach of the New Jersey Devils, and you see the players at the bench, many of them grizzled with those playoff beards that began long before the playoffs started.
You know, this is probably something that a coach wouldn't endorse, but if you have a defenseman that you know has the legs, well,
Johnson shot wide.
If you have a defenseman that has the legs, now is not a bad time to let him simply lug it out of the zone himself.
Ken Danico wedges one back down. No icing, they say, on this one, so Thomas Johnson will go back and have to move it. Deals it off, and Loisel is there. Taken right to the boards by Randy Wood. Pivoting with it and trying to step away was Doug Brown, held back by Conroy. Conroy able to prevail along to Basson, and then it is yanked by Crom to Randy Wood, who leads it on in. Wolanin, as shovel pass out in front, had to be trapped by Burke. So again, a face-off in the Devils zone when we come back. 11:34 to go in the third. 3-1 New Jersey.
In Chicago, the St. Louis Blues have tied up the Chicago Blackhawks again, trailing 5-4. Paul Cavallini to Tony Herkus, and the first-year man from North Dakota has the hat trick. St. Louis and Chicago tied at 5 in the third. Mike and Bill.
Thank you, Tom. Here it is 3-1, New Jersey leading, but playing most of this period in its own end. That's where play is right now, and King keeps it away. Out in front, it rolled right up the arm of Alan Kerr. McLean steps ahead. One man back, it's Leiter. Saved by Rudy. He doesn't see it. But King got there. Belichick. He'll hold this one. And ooh, runs through the crowd of 19,096.
You know, Kelly has to be a little tight. These are the first shots on him in this period, and we've played just about half the period. McLean comes down on Leiter. Takes a wrister that gets through him. Watch it sit right behind him. Kelly's looking up. Now he looks back. He's poised and ready, but for what?
That was the first Devils shot on goal, and it came with about 9 minutes gone in this period. Kirk Muller will be in to take, to my recollection, the only offensive zone faceoff the Devils have had in this period with Brian Trottier. And it's to the veteran Dennis Potvin. Up for Makela, checked tightly by Driver. The puck escapes to Curvers. And Didick will chase once more. We've seen so many examples of what Bill was mentioning of pucks being driven to the boards and out. Back we go now to Tom Mees.
Lots of action, Mike, at the Forum in Los Angeles. The Calgary Flames already leading 2-0. Now watch defenseman Tom Laylaw of the Kings. He actually knocks the puck into his own net. They credit the goal to Gordy Roberts of the Calgary Flames. But right back come the LA Kings. Dave Taylor with a backhander. He was tied up with Mike Vernon. Vernon wants interference. He didn't get it. Calgary 3, LA 1 first period, Mike.
Thank you. Later, Bill and I will pick the Hartford Insurance Player of the Game, and Tom will have the 7-up play of the night. That'll come from action all around the NHL. And boys, he had a good look at a lot of it tonight. And thanks to his work and that of our crew back there, so have we. Another toss bound the ice by the Devils. And this is Makela. Teams are at even strength. No power play on. Devils ahead in the game by a count of 3-1. Aaron Broughton wanted to get it to Sullivan, but the Islanders rushed him. 2 against 1. They still try to work, but it is Muller. Broughton hit again, this time by Didick. In comes Muller. Wrapped up and spun off by Makela. Dennis Potvin steps toward it, but it's locked up in skates. Still they waltz around, and it is Trottier finessing to Potvin. Potvin just rolls it back into the New Jersey end of the ice. Sullivan going back, locked up with Trottier. They have a man moving to the slot. They wanted to get it to Janssen, but Muller was in the way. This will be icing. Conroy goes back. Play will be brought near Burke once more with 9:34 to go in the third. The score of the game, the Devils 3, the Islanders 1.
Right now, get customer cash from...
Ready once more in that New Jersey end, and Sean Burke has seen a good deal of this. We don't want to drive this crazily, but Bill has pointed out that this is sometimes what a team that doesn't quite have a lot of experience will tend to do. A lot of pucks being iced and driven along the boards. Danico steps around, angles one over that Conacher is able to tap further. It is Doug Brown driving, and Kelly Rudy stopping. Janssen to get it. Hands on to Conroy. 9 minutes to go in the third. Brent Sutter angles. Back to get it is Conacher. The forechecker is Lauer. He drifts away, but Brent Sutter doesn't. Puck just tipped back further by Brown. Shift change on for New Jersey. Lauer back. Big drive. Grabbed and then turned aside by Burke. Sorella is there, but cutting it off is Lauer. Lauer keeps play moving. Checked tightly by Johnson. In comes Morrow to tap it, but Sorella is there. That one hit off a stick out front. They score! Brent Sutter has brought the Islanders back to within 1.
Finally, one time with the Devils trying to move it all the way around the horn, around the boards, they got caught. Joe Sorella tried to smash it around the boards, and it hit a stick and bounced right out in front of Sean Burke. Watch Sorella. There he goes. It hits the Islanders stick who's behind the net. I think it's Randy Wood right out in front. Sean Burke is looking behind. He still can't believe that the thing bounced out in front of him. Lauer did a good job along the boards, and the Islanders have been keeping play along the boards and been very successful with it. Brent Sutter finally scores his first goal of the playoffs. He's had enough chances.
Wood with the assist, and now he has the puck and drops it back in. We welcome our viewers from Canada who've joined us here on ESPN. The Devils got the first 3. Kerr for the Islanders scoring late in the second period. The Devils have gone conservatively in the third. Leiter's shot is snagged and held by Sean Burke. He's seen most of the work, and most of the play has been in his end of the ice here in period 3. Brent Sutter's first. We would imagine that Wood will get an assist. He wasn't accorded one with the announcement, but that could be added later. So it is Driver and McLean on the power play, and Brown scoring for New Jersey. Kerr and that man Brent Sutter for New Jersey, or rather for the Islanders.
If you saw a team that looked a little tight in this first 12 minutes of the third period, we're down to 8:01 to play. Watch the Devils now. Things are real tight. They only have a 1-goal lead. The Islanders have let them try and bring the puck out all the way around the boards, and they have sealed them off. 90% of the play in this period has been in the Devils' zone.
Trottier ready for the face-off with Kirk Muller. Back to Potvin. Slugs one that ricocheted off Sullivan and wide. Broughton tried to lay it out, but Makela was there. Off Henry. Gets it from Trottier. Feeds over to Mikko Makela. Makela has Potvin breaking, but it's tipped away by Wolanin. Henry taps. Trottier tried to play it in deep. Muller wanting to clear. Gets it as far as neutral ice, and Broughton will carry on. Sullivan feeds across the goal mouth wide as Muller taken out gently by Potvin. The puck kicks right back to them. Broughton banks one for Muller. Spun off by Potvin. Sullivan shouldered to the corner by Diddick. We welcome our viewers in Canada to this tight game now. The Devils had a lead of 3-0, but it has evaporated to 3-2 over the Islanders with 7:10 to go in the third. Doug Sullivan working, giving to New Jersey's Kirk Muller. Muller spins, has Conacher and Sullivan out front, but can't get it to him because of the checking of Diddick. Curvers with a wrist shot that's directed wide. An aggressive game, an aggressive series. Conacher hits Trottier. Curvers shot off Henry. Shoveled back to Curvers. Fires again. Knocked down by Trottier. Down goes Brown. Up with it is Muller. Couldn't get it in front. Another shot is held by Rooney. The net had already been dislodged.
If the Devils can hang on, they can start thanking Tom Curvers and Bruce Driver right now. Great plays by both of them. The Devils are hanging on. They lead by 1.
Look back.
You're on the road to the Stanley Cup with ESPN. 3-2. Capacity crowd here at the Meadowlands Arena as Burke has to hold on for a toss that came to the front. His team is ahead in the game. So far in this period, the Devils have had 4 shots. The Islanders have had 8.
Randy Wood was the man that was digging in for the Islanders. He just chipped it in front. Had it not deflected off a skate, it would have come right out in front of Sean Burke, and number 10, Alan Kerr, was digging for it. Well, the Devils knocked off about a minute and a half in the Islanders zone. It was because of the play of Driver and Tom Curvers. They played it as if the score was early in the game, didn't care about what the score was. They moved in when they had to. They held their ground on the blue line when they had to and didn't panic. Very often the tendency is to say, I can't go in, it might cost us. You have to read the play accurately, even at this stage of the game.
LaFontaine wins it to Janssen. Big drive went wide. In to get it is Conroy. Boomed by Wolanin, and Conroy's helmet pops off. Puck kept though by the Islanders. It's Conroy with a falling shot, and it went just wide. Burke did not see it. Back up with it comes Sundstrom. Moves in with John McLean. Sundstrom taken out of the play by Wood. Play continues. Fans are booing. A pass across 2 lines. Stops play.
Well, so far in this playoffs, I would say that Ron Hogarth is the first man that's calling it the way he did during the regular season. I've seen 2 or 3 plays that could have been called penalties that he has called earlier in the game. Ron Hogarth is the only guy we've seen that hasn't called it the same at the end of a tight game as he has throughout the early stages of the game.
Other scores tonight, gentlemen, around the NHL. Buffalo wins it in overtime. That series tied at 2. Philadelphia wins in overtime. They lead Washington 3-1. Detroit obliterates Toronto 8-0. Red Wings lead at 3-1. Hartford stays alive. They beat Montreal, but the Canadiens still in command there. Edmonton wins a tough one in Winnipeg. They lead that series 3-1. St. Louis, Chicago, 5-5, third period, Chicago Stadium. The LA Kings trail Calgary 3-1, still in the first period in a fight-filled game in Inglewood. Now let's go back to the Meadowlands.
Well, your assessment is right on with Ron Hogarth, Bill. Officials were cautioned at the beginning of the year. New arrangement here. We're going to call them all the way throughout. And the standard that was set during the regular season has been maintained by most in the playoffs. But it is looser here from the start to the finish by Hogarth tonight. Puck tapped back along by Brown. Lauer stepped into once and twice by Loisel. Tries to get it further. It forces Belichick in. Hit by Dalgarno. Pinching is Morrow. Morrow has it. Behind for Dalgarno. It kicked over for Dalgarno to Sutter. Save! Rebound popped up in the air. What a shot by Brent Sutter.
Kenny Morrow started the whole thing by pinching in. Once again, the Devils try and wheel it around the boards. The Islanders take it away.
Here's Morrow for the Islanders, handing on to Makela. Trying to pivot from Driver. Able to move in and hand over to Sutter. A shot challenged by the pad of Byrne. Tapped over to Potvin. Shovels for a shot by Makela. Score! Lauer on the rebound. And this one is tied.
You can only play in your end so long. Sooner or later, the wheels fall off. And that's exactly what has happened to the Devils in this period. Brent Sutter slides one on the pass from Dennis Potvin. Well, Sutter is in front. The shot came from over in the boards. Brad Lauer was standing there with no one near him. It was just an easy tap-in for him to tie this game. The shot comes from Makela over by the boards. There you see it. Sutter is in front. Lauer is in front, and the only defender is Doug Sullivan, and the Islanders have tied it.
Makela and Potvin get the assists on Lauer's first of the playoffs. But more importantly, the Islanders have erased a 3-goal deficit in the span of about 16 minutes of playing time. We're tied at 3. Moving on is Bob Basson. Flips one that glanced by the shoulder of Crom and is brought back up by Kerbers. Janssen checked by Verbeek. Starting in is Tom Kerbers. Kerbers a pass, but Janssen was back checking and cuts it off. Thomas Janssen up the wing for Alan Kerr, but it's off his stick and slugged back by Danico. Neutralized collision, and out of it comes Kerbers with a pass to Johnson. Can't step by Janssen. Steve Conroy for the Islanders quickly. LaFontaine ahead to Lauer, and LaFontaine is hurt. Was he ever hit? Now John McLean is being challenged.
He was looking at his pass. LaFontaine wheeled out of his zone, made a pass, watched it. I think he's okay. And McLean let him have it with a vicious side swipe.
One of the rare quiet times in this period as they tend to LaFontaine. We'll take a break with 4:08 to go in the third. A 3-3 tie.
3-0 early with a score 3-1 on the power play. Bernie Nichols lets it go. Luke Robitaille screens in front. Nichols gets the goal. The Kings are back within 1. 3-2. Calgary still leading. In Chicago, the St. Louis Blues have just taken a lead on another goal by Tony Herkis. It is St. Louis up by 1. We'll get to it later. Now let's go back to New Jersey.
Well, LaFontaine seems to be all right. He had a knee injury in the first period of game 2, but returned for the second. We don't know where this shot by McLean was registered, really, but he'll rest at the bench, and they have out Makela, Trottier, and Henry as the front line. Morrow and Leiter in back. Danico and Wolanin. The 2 crunchers in back for New Jersey. McLean, Johnson, Sundstrom up front. 4 minutes to go. Hand pass ruled, and so a stoppage of play. If they remain tied, it's a full-length intermission, followed by the first of what can be a number of sudden death overtimes. But normally in Stanley Cup play, it only goes 1. Let's go back to Tom Mees.
All right, Mike, let's take a look at Tony Herkis' 4th goal of the night. Shorthanded situation. Blackhawks on the power play at Chicago Stadium. Herkis beats Darren Pang to the wide side of the stick side. It's St. Louis 6, Chicago 5. Late in the third. Let's get back to New Jersey.
Devils are back deep. Sorella to play. shift change has brought out Cirella to work with Randy Velishek, and Cirella goes up the middle. He wanted to get McLean, but got the end boards and an icing call instead. 3:40 to go. And Terry Simpson makes another change. He'll bring out Dennis Potvin and Gerald Diddick to watch the points. Up front, he'll have some pretty aggressive guys too, and Brent Sutter with Lauer and Dalgarno. And that's been the line that was involved in the 2 goals. The one that got them back to within 1 and the one that tied it. Art player par excellence. Brent Sutter in for this draw with Loisel. Puck back to Potvin. Fires, and it's blocked away by the stick of Berg. Velishek looking for an opening. The pass is too far for Brown. They say no icing on this one, however. Rudy taps it back along to Dalgarno. Dalgarno feathers a pass to Brent Sutter. It's popped for Lauer, but gloved by Cirella. Loisel punches it in deep and goes to get it, but Diddick is there. Brown pinches the boards, but can't control. Puck over to Potvin. Boy, he hurried to pass across, and Dalgarno wasn't quite ready. Brown wants to center. Hopping away is Perry Anderson. To Loisel! And that one over the crossbar. Cirella drops it back, but it's taken by Potvin. Potvin's pass knocked down by Lauer. Oh, he had Brent Sutter moving ahead. Did you notice? Now Lauer can move in himself. Chased down by 3 of the Devils, and the play taken by Brown. Brown just flops it back. Janssen able to punch it away from Aaron Broughton. 2.5 to go in regulation time. 3-3 tie here at the Meadowlands Arena. Devils lead the series 2-1. Starting back in is Muller. Wedged by Wood. LaFontaine in to get it. Lost it to the checking of Verbeek. It's rolled by Janssen, taken by Kerbers. Sent right back in the same direction. Muller turning. Backhands one, and Rudy just holds on. And the clock is down to even smaller numbers, 2:05 left.
You know, the Islanders are capable of tightening up a little bit too deep in their zone. A couple of times in this last minute, the Devils have been putting on the pressure, and the Islanders have been the team that has tried to move the puck around the boards. And it seems like it's safe, but it's so safe that it's easy to read and easy to choke off.
Morrow and Leiter come back out. Bruce Driver and Kerbers, a combination that has performed really well tonight for New Jersey, will be in back. Muller and Broughton and Verbeek. The line looking for its first goal for New Jersey. And how they dearly love to get it right here. Broughton flips. It is off Leiter, but he recovers and starts it right back out. Leiter unwinds for the Makela side, but it bounced to Kerbers. Morrow checked off by Verbeek, but the drop came to Morrow, who rolled it under Trottier. Bruce Driver hands over to Kerbers. 1:40 to go. 2-line pass against New Jersey. The pass out of the defensive zone cannot go across the red line after a player, and that's what happened that time.
Bruce Driver makes a nice play here. His underrated play this entire series, I think, should show everybody that he is an outstanding defenseman. There it was. It just hit the back of Kurt Muller as he was crossing center. If it's onside, he's got Pat Verbeek grappling with someone, and it's kind of a semi 2-on-1, but not this time. Faceoff comes all the way back inside the zone, and John McLean and Dennis Potvin are having words. LaFontaine and McLean are having words. And it was McLean that sideswiped LaFontaine. This is his first appearance back on the ice.
Alan Kerr there to have a few words with McLean, too. Saw an eruption from the fans. That wasn't prompted by the scoreboard, just became very spontaneous. That's the type of crowd that's here, and they're chanting now, "Let's go Devils." Wolanin and Danico are in back, and it is Craig Wolanin losing a centering pass. They score! LaFontaine, and the tie is broken.
Who would you think you would most want to tie up once the puck is dumped into the zone? I know who I would want to tie up. That man, Pat LaFontaine. I'm watching this as it happens, and I see the Devils win the draw. At number 10, Alan Kerr goes to forecheck where LaFontaine could have gone first. LaFontaine let Kerr go for a good reason. Kerr's a better forechecker. Makela moves in on the right side. There's Kerr doing the big work in there, and here comes Mikko Makela. What an outstanding pass. He threads it right through a Devils defenseman, and Pat LaFontaine from that range, he can't miss. Sean Burke couldn't do a thing about it, and the Islanders have staged yet another comeback. You can't count them. You don't have enough hands, fingers, and toes to count the comebacks in the playoffs that the New York Islanders have made. Outstanding effort by the guys in blue in this third period.
Absolutely. Mikko Makela, who had been silenced in games 2 and 3, has set up not only the tying, but the go-ahead goal for the Islanders here in period 3. 4-3 the score, 90 seconds to go. As it gets closer to that minute mark, we can expect that if the Devils can get it out of their own zone, Sean Burke will come for the extra attacker. Some debris tossed on the ice, and so that will slow things down a little bit.
That big cork seems to have bobbed to the surface again. That Islander cork just can't keep it submerged forever. Sooner or later it bobs to the surface, and has it ever bobbed to the surface here? The Islanders, really, the poise that they have developed over the last season and a half. Remember what they went through in the playoffs last year? Did they put that to work in the third period here? Workmanlike, contain the Devils, take advantage of a lot of guys that are out there with jittery hands, just trying to jam it around the boards. And the Islanders have pecked away, pecked away. I haven't seen any urgency on the Islanders' part. They have just done a workmanlike job, waited for their chances and jammed them in. They have forced the turnovers, too. If we go back, you have this on tape, go back and watch the third period and watch the turnovers that the Islanders have forced in the third period.
Boy, and there are 3 significant guys out there that have done a lot of it. Alan Kerr was involved in bothering Danica, or rather Wolanin just a moment ago, so that Makela could play out front to LaFontaine. He stays out. Sutter will be the center, and Brent Sutter not only scored a goal, nearly scored one to tie it, and then was out at the time when the Islanders did break the tie.
You know what else you'd see if you watch the third period is a lot of unforced turnovers. The Islanders have forced them when they've had a chance. The Devils have coughed it up lots in their zone.
1:30 left. Belichick to Sorella. Morrow will go back. It is tapped by Rudy to him. And that one went through Belichick and down. They say no icing. So Sean Burke will tend it to Sorella. 1:15 to go. Burke may watch this play and then head for the bench. We'll see. Belichick, one hands it ahead, but they can't get it in the zone. Burke is still in his cage. Sorella pivoting away from Kerr. Rolls it back up. Moving ahead now is Broughton. Broughton dumps it in, and Burke is coasting halfway out, but is still not left. Crom plays it through Kerr and back down. There'll be an icing touch-up by Driver. And now Burke can leave the crease.
Burke is standing down there just staring at Jim Schoenfeld. Schoenfeld hasn't pulled him out yet. Oh, he has to. He's got 46 seconds to go. Is he going to wait till he gets possession? Yeah, now he's motioning around to Sean Burke. He had just, I guess Schoenfeld assumed it was a foregone conclusion that Burke would know to come over. He was setting up his alignment at the other end, and Sean Burke was standing in the crease looking over.
So one of the wonderful things about this sport as opposed to any other, you can change so much of the complexion. You can pull your last line of defense out and just go heavy on offense. Even though you don't have a power play, in essence you do. And they go with 6 attackers, Broughton, Muller, and Verbeek.
You know what else they're doing is putting big Ken Danico, number 3, up front. He is going to be a jammer in front of Kelly Rudy. Curvers deserves to be there. He's had a whale of a game. Bruce Driver, number 23, is back in defense. This is interesting. Kirk Muller, their captain, has just been pulled, and Claude Loisel is being entrusted with the major face-off, the biggest face-off in this season for the Devils.
turns it to the boards. Back to Driver. Winds up and fires. Deflected. Scramble. It went wide. Stoppage of play as the net was dislodged. And another faceoff will result in the New York Islanders' end with 39 seconds to go.
I think Danico was pushed into the crease by Dennis Potvin. The man that had the chance and really has been tied up so quickly in front was Pat Verbeek. I think the puck ended up on his stick on the shot after the shot from Bruce Driver, but Loisel did what he had to do. He won the faceoff.
And he'll stay out for this one. They pull Verbeek off and now put John McClain in. Broughton and Danico, Curvers and Driver stay. Diddick and Potvin, Henry, Trottier, and Brent Sutter are the Islanders. Trottier and Brent Sutter, because if one centerman is chased, there's still another one out there. Broughton scoops it back to Driver. Hurries it along, but it's blocked down by Brent Sutter. Tries to throw it down, but it's closed off by Driver with 25 seconds to go. A chance for McClain, and that one divingly blocked away by Diddick. Loose puck, a backhander, flopped in front, and Rudy is able to hang on with 19 seconds to go.
Man, we are sitting directly in line with the shot that John McClain took. I think it was Diddick that got down to deflect it into the corner. I'm telling you, from here, it looked direct right into the far side past Kelly Rudy. But Diddick made an outstanding play getting back. Boy, interesting situation. Jim Schoenfeld takes off 2/3 of his bread and butter line all year. Kirk Muller and Pat Verbeek. McClain just about came through for him. Here it is. Take a look at this. Here's the shot. Well, it was difficult to tell. Diddick made an outstanding play just to get down and deflect it into the corner.
The move to have Diddick out there, maybe not preconceived other than the fact that he has good experience, but a situation where Diddick has the long reach and certainly extended himself by diving.
He's going to have a real long reach now. That's Gerald Diddick sitting in the penalty box, and Ken Danico, number 3, is off as well. They're off coincidentally. So other than the fact that the Islanders might have wanted to have Diddick out there, and the Devils might have wanted to have Danico out there, it's the only net effect of those coincidentals. Teams will both still be full strength.
And Danico at
19 seconds to go. Terry Simpson talking things over during this timeout with his players. You see Alan Kerr and Henry and Brent Sutter. Boy, there are 3 gritty performers. Have some technical difficulties that you may have noticed. We're trying to correct them as soon as possible. We hope those of you who are watching in Canada are enjoying viewing some of your native sons here performing in the United States at the Byrne Meadowlands Arena. 19,096. They can't get in anymore. Most of them are still here. Loisel on the face-off test with Brent Sutter. Fed to the point. Driver hurries to Curvers. Fires one. Deflected. Rebound. Score!
With 12 seconds to go in this hockey game, John McClain has tied the score. Curvers with a great shot through a crowd. The toughest part for Curvers was settling the puck down. It was bouncing when it came to him. And does Jim Schoenfeld look like a genius? He took Pat Verbeek off. Who did he replace him with? John McClain. Watch the right of your screen. That's where the rebound ended up. No one was there but the man in white wearing number 15. And John McClain scores his 6th goal in the last 5 games, including the final game of the season where he scored in overtime to put the Devils in the playoffs. And this game is knotted at 4 apiece with 12 seconds to go.
Man, oh man, oh man, is he fired up. You can tell.
How about Claude Loisel? He was the man that refused to be beat on the faceoffs.
It's going to take more time to determine who will take game 4. 2 seconds. 1. 60 minutes won't do it. tire at Chicago and then got the winner. He forces another overtime here. If you're rolling the dice, you don't come up with him. But if you're going to bet on who'll get a clutcher, you got to say John McClain.
Well, it's about time we took a game past midnight, isn't it? 4-4, 12 seconds to go is when John McClain tied it. And the Devils, well, they had the lead and lost it, but they refused to quit in the final analysis, and that's why we're going into overtime.
You hear that music? That ushers you to an intermission, and Tom Mees will recap all the other NHL action for you.
Late in the second period, Bobby Smith takes a routine backhanded shot. Liut makes the save, but Claude Lemieux tries to poke at it. Stefan Richer finally says, I know where it is, and he pokes it in. 2-2 at that point. 59 seconds into the third period. Hartford tied at 2 in a game they have to win. Dave Babbage comes down the ice, and he'll rocket one in past Waugh. 3-2 Whalers, Babbage's second goal. 4:06 into the third. Richer shoots from the point. Liut saves. Sheldalene picks up the rebound, sends it to Bobby Smith on the side of the net. Smith pokes it in. He's a Whaler nemesis, ties the game at 3. Canadians still on the power play. Richer sends a blast. Rebounds from behind it. Ryan Walters somehow knocks it in off Liut. 4-3 Montreal. Then 11:20 into the third period. Back come the Whalers. Whalers could have died at that point, but they don't. Kevin Dineen, the heart and soul of this hockey team, gets a nice pass from the point, and he sends the rocket past Patrick Waugh. We're tied at 4. Whalers now in a 2-on-1. Kerry Wilson takes the puck down ice. Waugh gets the save, but Stu Gavin, the former Maple Leaf, puts it in. Whalers lead 5-4. Then it's Kevin Dineen. Nice cross-ice pass. And he takes the pass and rockets one past Waugh. The Whale wins it 7-5. Montreal leads it 3-1 in the series, Game 5, Tuesday night at the Forum in Montreal. Now, our situation currently, the late goal by John McClain of the New Jersey Devils with 12 seconds left to go in regulation time tied this game up between the Devils and Islanders at 4. We're getting set now as they resurface the ice for a Stanley Cup sudden death overtime, and I'll be back with the rest of the highlights from a busy night around the National Hockey League. The road to the Cup continues in a moment. I'm Mees, your Between Periods host, and we'll be going back to the Meadowlands in New Jersey. Devils and Islanders tied at 4, headed for sudden death overtime. Devils lead the series 2-1. In Winnipeg tonight, the Winnipeg Jets had a chance to draw even with the Edmonton Oilers, and boy, did they look good after the early going in this game. Let's go to the highlights now from the arena. No score first period. Jets in the power play. Randy Carlyle cross to Dave Ellett. He lets it go. Grant Fuhr gets a piece of it, but it trickles in. 1-0 Winnipeg. Then Winnipeg comes down the ice on a 3-on-1. Oiler defenseman Steve Smith falls down. Dale Hawerchuk in front of Ian Duncan, who goes to Andrew McBain, and it's 2-0 Winnipeg. Hey, the Oilers look rattled. Second period, Winnipeg on the power play. Mario Marois to Dale Hawerchuk. He draws Grant Fuhr over and puts it by him to Paul McLean, who puts it in the net. 3-0 Winnipeg. Then Edmonton finally gets on the board. Yari Curry's shot from the slot hits the post, but Craig Simpson is there. He got a big goal in Game 2. He puts this one in to get Edmonton on the board. Edmonton on the power play, 5-on-3. Gretzky on the point gives to Curry, who lets a rocket go, and it goes in, 3-2. Now on the Edmonton power play, Gretzky again, this time where he's most dangerous, behind the net. He passes across the slot to Charlie Huddy, who one-times it. 2 late goals in the second period tied the game at 3 for Edmonton. Third period, it was all Oilers, and so it seemed. Jeff Courtnall behind the net works his way out in front. Berthiaume to save, but Norm Lacombe bats it in. That made it 4-3. Edmonton now on the power play again. Gretzky on the right side slows it down. Back to Curry in full stride. He blasted past Berthiaume. Gretzky no goals, but oh yes, 4 assists. Edmonton wins it 5-3. Winnipeg had a great shot when it was 3-3. Edmonton had a major penalty against them, but Winnipeg took a major penalty of their own, nullifying that, and the rest was history. Edmonton should wrap this series up Tuesday night back home in Northlands Coliseum. St. Louis Blues and the Chicago Blackhawks in a Norris Division semifinal. Game 4 tonight at Chicago Stadium. Blues led the series 2-1 coming in. First period, we'll pick it up. Game scoreless, and Gordy Roberts' shot for St. Louis is knocked in by rookie Tony Herkus on the power play. Remember that name. Herkus made it 1-0. Now the Blackhawks in the power play. Rick Vaive gets the puck out to Steve Larmer. Actually, this is Savard with the puck. And Larmer actually puts it in, and we're tied at 1. Later in the first period, Everett Santapass on the breakaway. Greg Millen goes down way too soon, and Santapass just slides it under his underarm. 2-1 Chicago. Second period, Blackhawks power play. Trent Yawney winds up. Fires. Rick Vaive is in front to tip it in. Chicago led 3-1. Looking good at home, and the foghorn was blasting. Then Brett Hull. His dad played for Chicago, didn't he? Brett Hull gets his own rebound and puts it in for St. Louis. 3-2 Chicago. Now the Blues on the power play and Doug Gilmour clearly beats Darren Pang, who was screened on the play. That ties the game at 3. Late in the second, another Blackhawk power play. Everett Santapas, playing with a broken hand, gets the rebound and puts it by Greg Millen. Nice going, Everett. Seconds remaining in the period then. Tony Herkus deflecting in Doug Gilmour's blast. His second goal of the night, another power play marker. Look at Herkus get the blade of the stick down there perfectly to tie the game at 4. Third period, Chicago power play. Dennis Savard with a shot, knocked in by Rick Vive, who's having a great year in the Windy City. 5-4 Chicago. Now at 5:54 the third. This is Paul Cavallini. Look at him pick out Herkus in the slot, and a beautiful goal. And we're tied at 5. Now St. Louis shorthanded. Herkus already has the hat trick. Gets a pass from Gilmour off the boards. Cuts in. Will he scores 4th of the night? Yes, he does. And the rookie puts up 4 goals. St. Louis beat Chicago 6-5. And the only other game going on at this hour at the Forum in Los Angeles, the Calgary Flames led early 3-0. But Los Angeles has made it 3-2. That's in the second period of play now at the Forum. Well, the New York Islanders came into the third period losing this game 3-1, but you see our score now 4-4 heading into overtime. The goal that gave the New York Islanders the lead in this game in the third period of play came off the stick of Pat LaFontaine, as has so many of the big goals. Behind the net, the Devils can't clear it out. Makela to LaFontaine at 18:30. With a minute and a half to go, the Islanders led it 4-3. But with just 12 seconds to go, New Jersey having the goaltender on the bench, the Devils called a timeout to set up this play. And the drive by John McClain is in the net by Kelly Rudy. And with 12 seconds left, McClain, who's been a big hero over the last 8 days for the New Jersey Devils, has tied the game at 4. We are set for one of the most exciting moments in sports, overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Let's go back now to the Meadowlands. Mike Emrick and Bill Clement. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom, for ushering us through that intermission. How will Cinderella do as midnight approaches here at the Meadowlands Arena? We want to welcome the viewers in Canada, along with Bill Clement, Mike Emrick from the Meadowlands Arena in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Sudden death overtime is underway as Makela tries to play it along to Trottier, but has to go another way instead. It's to Henry. Henry flips. It ricochets to Muller, who starts out. Kurt Muller to Sorella in a 3-on-2. Offside was the off-wing Broughton.
The shame of the offside is that save by Kelly Rudy won't be registered. I mean, a rocket was fired. Aaron Broughton forced the play a little bit on the far side. How do you do that? Maybe that's a sign of youth. I mean, you can't even be close to an offside. That's a 3-on-2. You're in an overtime situation. Darn it. Don't even be close to an offside. Once again, the sign of youth. That's why we're in overtime. The New Jersey Devils came into the third period with a 3-1 lead. Went into a complete turtle. I mean, they shelled from the first part of the third period. The Islanders tied, and they had to come back and tie it with 12 seconds to go. The Devils did, to get us into overtime. But they got to be smart now.
Conacher tips away from Dalgarno. Loisel drops it in. Set up behind by Kelly Rudy. Leiter starts it on for the Islanders. Slides one that is tipped back in by Sutter. Moving in is Lauer. Checked by Brown. They waltz to the boards, and Lauer centered just away from Dalgarno. And a close call there. Leiter back to get it for the Islanders. Sutter drives it back in. Moving for it, Belichick. But it's tipped along by Lauer. Belichick patrolling behind. Falls, but gets it on to Loisel. Loisel moving on. And a shift change for New Jersey as he sends the Islanders back to chase. This is Conroy, missing for LaFontaine, getting Driver. Conroy goes further. Driver says no, but has to get help. Curvers is there, chased off by Kerr. Puck to LaFontaine. Oh, and he wanted to reach, but couldn't. Stoppage of play. The net has become dislodged. Sudden death overtime has provided some excitement tonight. Buffalo has won. Philadelphia has won as well. In their history, the Islanders have won 23 and lost 7 in overtime, including game 1 of this series on a goal by LaFontaine. The Devils, as a franchise, through Colorado and Kansas City, have only played 2 overtime games. They lost as Colorado to Philadelphia on a goal by Mel Bridgman. and then Wednesday night to the Islanders in LaFontaine. Tom Curvers, who kept the puck moving so McLean could tie this game. Feeds on to John McLean, and then it's Johnson. Hurrying in is Sundstrom to Driver. Save made by Rudy. Sundstrom to McLean. Oh, and he went wide with a bullet shot.
He had it on his stick.
McLean sails one off the rail, and Potvin is back. What a storybook finish that might have been. Just for a couple of inches. Verbeek dumps it in. Broughton hurried back to get onside so that play can continue. But it is LaFontaine striding back for the Islanders. Has Wood at the line. Carries in. And holds. Banks for Wood, but gets Muller. 2:20 gone in overtime. A 3-on-3. Broughton has Muller breaking. Centers one. And because of Wood's checking, Pat Verbeek couldn't take it. LaFontaine moving on Randy Belichick. Hooked at by Belichick. Can't get a shot away. Joe Cirella starts it back for New Jersey. If they hurry, it might be a 3-on-2. But offside is called once more on New Jersey at the line.
Well, this one couldn't be avoided. An outstanding play by Kenny Morrow. He had pinched in, gambling at the other end, and you know what? He got caught. But he dug in, and those old knees held up. He came all the way back and pushed Kirk Muller offside at the crucial moment when Muller was trying to stay onside. Boy, a couple of great chances by the Devils early in overtime. There's a shot by Driver. Rudy has trouble controlling the rebound. So Alan Kerr just dumps it in behind. Bingo! John McLean shoots it, 8 to 12 inches wide of Kelly Rudy. Cut it a little too fine. You know, with the velocity that he put on that shot, he just has to hit an open part of the net. He cut it a little fine.
He's come to the bench. It is Brown on right wing, Anderson on left wing, and at center, Loisel. Loisel won 2 key faceoffs in the last half-minute of play, and eventually got things started on the play that forced this sudden death overtime. Mikko Makala is back, and he's had a key role for the Islanders in their comeback. At one time, they trailed 3-0. They went ahead 4-3 before the last-second heroics by the Devils. Perry Anderson, checked by Conroy. Loisel, held by Janssen. Stoppage of play.
Well, I can tell you something that Jim Schoenfeld has told his Devils players in the locker room between periods. Gentlemen, you laid back in the third period, and it just about cost us this hockey game. The Devils are pouring it on. 2 men in deep forechecking, 1 guy high, so it's a 2-1-2 forechecking situation. They're just going for it. I mean, they realized their mistake a little late. They had the game put away after 2 periods, but now they're pouring it on.
Largely because of their history, no Devil has scored an overtime winner in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Potvin, Morrow, and LaFontaine have collected 2. Brian Trottier won among the players in the Islander lineup.
You're right when you say largely because of their history. Coming into this series, Dennis Potvin, with his 180 playoff games, had more playoff games than the entire Devils team put together. They have since passed him because they're gaining at a rate of 19 to 20 per game.
And it is Dennis Potvin along to Lauer, and was he ever hammered by Wolanin? Ken Danico back for New Jersey. Railed back down, and Potvin goes back to play. This time they'll bring the face-off back near Sean Burke. 33 shots Islanders, 23 shots Devils. Doesn't mean a thing. In the regular season, the Islanders didn't lose in overtime. The Devils only 3 times. At one time, Winnipeg hadn't lost. The Jets wound up winning the most games in overtime, but they did lose. The Islanders, the only unblemished team. In the seconds before a faceoff takes place, you size up the players who are on the ice, not only for their skills, but for their heart. You see 2 tenacious ones now. It is Diddick tipping. Going back is Basson, but Joe Cirella is there. Wraps it along to Brown. Sprinting to take the pass is Conacher. Conacher wedged. Can get no further. Loisel was offside. Thundering crowd. 19,096 at the Byrne Meadowlands Arena in East Rutherford, New Jersey, just 5 miles away from New York City. This is game 4, best of 7 Stanley Cup playoff. And the Devils have the lead in the series at 2-1. Game 4 up for grabs, along with Bill Clement. I'm Mike Emrick. The goal scorers tonight, Driver and Brown have 1. McLean with a pair, including the one that forced overtime. For the Islanders, Kerr, Brent Sutter, Lauer, and LaFontaine. Ron Hogarth side by side with Ray Scapanello, one of the linesmen. The other in this game is Randy Mitten. In deep is Sundstrom. Wants McLean. Wood is there. And it's shuffled loose by Leiter so that Wood can wedge it back out. 4 minutes gone in this 20-minute sudden death overtime period. Johnson checked by Morrow. Sundstrom pivoting with it. Curvers. Tipped out of play. Tom Curvers has been such a key.
Boy, hasn't he? Out of the University of Minnesota Duluth, from Bloomington, Minnesota. Ex-Montreal Canadian and Buffalo Sabre. He has been outstanding along with Bruce Driver. Here's a shot. I thought Mark Johnson, wearing 12 there, was going to set a pick on Randy Wood. But Randy Wood was able to shake on by him and get a piece of that wrist shot by Tom Curvers. The towers of power to me. Danico, Wolanin, Curvers, Driver, and the Islanders have just refused to quit.
LaFontaine wanted the bounce, but didn't get it. Crowd reacts with a big ooh as Curvers banks one back in. Sundstrom waltzed around by Janssen. In to help him out is LaFontaine. And LaFontaine can escape with it. A pass misses for Conroy, but up the wing is Wood. Trying to get by. He's taken down from behind. What'll be the call? A hooking minor. And a power play coming up to the Islanders in sudden death overtime.
He had to call it. John McLean's mistake, however, was made in the neutral zone. He was coming back with Randy Wood going wide. As soon as Randy Wood got a step on him, all McLean had to do was turn around and try and watch the pass because he had ample time to cut the pass. Instead, he decided to watch. See McLean, he never saw the pass coming. So Wood goes by him. That's a pretty decent call, Mike. McLean was arguing it, but he never did touch the puck, did he? If he gets part of the puck, moves it to the corner, and then trips Randy Wood, no penalty is called, but he never did make contact with the puck. It's a nice call by Hogarth.
For the 4th time, by our count this year, a team has a power play in sudden death. The Islanders had a shortened one that carried over from the 3rd period in Game 1. The Devils had one of a full 2 minutes in Game 1 in the overtime. And Buffalo, in its victory tonight over Boston, scored a power play goal. The longest 2 minutes of the career of John McLean are about to begin.
You took the words absolutely right out of my mouth. No question. No question. These are the longest 2. And Jim Schoenfeld can argue the call all he wants. But this is the trend this year. Overtime means nothing to the officials, at least from what we have seen, and reports from other games around the NHL concur with that. Doesn't matter if it's the 2nd minute of the 1st period or the 2nd period or overtime, they are calling them. To Ron Hogarth's credit, we had mentioned in the 3rd period that he had seemed to change his style a little bit. Well, he's back.
They have 6 collected overtime winners out there. 2 in LaFontaine, 2 in Trottier, and 2 in Potvin. Makala and Didick are the other Islanders. Mark Johnson to take the face-off with LaFontaine. Velishek and Sorella in back. Joining Johnson up front for the shorthanded Devils is Sundstrom. Sorella wraps, and he gets the right bounce. Angled off the boards, and so the Islanders must regroup. Didick playing some catch with Dennis Potvin. Trottier starting back. Sorella retreats along with Velishek. Sean Burke, rookie sensation in goal, slugs it ahead. Shift change for New Jersey up front. Loisel and Brown have joined Velishek and Sorella. Dennis Potvin with a crisp pass on the wing to Brian Trottier. Makala to the slot, hurried a shot, and it trickled on goal for the stop by Byrne.
There was a huge hole in the slot for a moment. Then the Devils took it away. They took it away long enough to deflect it away from Mikko Makala, so he only got partial wood on it. What a picture of concentration this entire game. Even when things seem to be caving in and the wheels falling off in the third period, Sean Burke only had a couple of goals get by him, but when he had to, he made the save, was very cool in making his decisions as to whether to freeze the puck or put it back into play. Very difficult kid to rattle.
Came from the Toronto Marlies to the Canadian Olympic team. Pat LaFontaine, a member of the '84 U.S. Olympic team. Claude Loisel gives way on this faceoff to Mark Johnson. Johnson, another Olympian from 1980 in the U.S. Sundstrom has joined Johnson up front, and it will be still Sorella and Velishek in back with 1:17 to go on this power play. Makala and Sutter are now the wings for LaFontaine. Leiter and Janssen in back as the big crowd chants defense. Velishek checked on the play by Sutter. It's booted back to Leiter. Hands over to Thomas Janssen. Janssen has a man in the corner. That's Makala. Gives it back to him. The return and then to Leiter. Janssen doesn't want to fire. Leiter does. Knocked down in front. LaFontaine a shot. Scramble in front. Sutter couldn't find the good handle he wanted. And back up with it shorthandedly as Johnson to lay it back in with 45 seconds to go on the power play. Again, a shift change, New Jersey. Kerbers and Driver are in back. Brown and Loisel up front. LaFontaine starts ahead, gives it to Makala. Feeds over to Sutter. In front, LaFontaine couldn't direct it home. And it is Driver clearing.
Burke didn't know he had it, but he had one pad down, and he had no idea where it was going, but he made the right decision. Take what area you can away low. It wasn't a hard pass coming from Sutter. LaFontaine deflected it, and Burke saved the day once again for the Devils, as he's done so many times in the last two games.
Along with Bill Clement, Mike Emrick, glad you've joined us tonight. We're in overtime at the Meadowlands Arena in East Rutherford, New Jersey. The tie is 4-4. 1 second on McLean, and he's out of the box. The Devils have killed it off. Here comes Muller. Hands to McLean. To Muller. Backhander and save. Rebound is popped up in the air. Scramble. McLean tried a shot that was tipped away. I believe Leiter got a piece of that one. A penalty coming up to the Islanders.
It doesn't get much better anywhere. A power play coming up. You know, Kirk Muller made the right play. He took his time. He pulled it to his backhand and tried to go to the long side on Kelly Rudy, and Rudy simply stoned him with an outstanding save. And we know what he can do in overtime.
Last year, Rudy's game in Washington started at 7:30 Eastern and ended at 1:55, and he was the one on top at the end.
Well, I wonder when the last time Kelly Rudy has played past midnight. It has to be on Easter Eve. Look at McLean's chance. This is after the Muller chance. It comes right out, and McLean, having come close to being the GOAT, being in the penalty box, after being a hero at the end of the game with 12 seconds to go, just about was a hero once again. But Kelly Rudy stood his ground, and there sits Bob Basson. Here go the Devils.
They have the bread and butter line that so far has been held from the table in the playoffs. Bruce Driver's shot wide. Morrow able to scoop it away. Trottier clears. Driver keeps. Hurried it to Broughton. Then to Kirk Muller, who pivots from Morrow as it's Verbeek up with it. It's banked back to Driver once more. Finesses over to Tom Kerbers. Lost the handle. Regains to Muller. In front for Verbeek. Driver has to retrieve. Off of Broughton. Muller is there. Checked by Conroy. They scoop it back to Driver. Driver, a big drive. Knocked down in front. Rebound sent wide. Makala fights his way behind to try to play it. Broughton trying to turn from him. Aaron Broughton dumps it back to Muller. Checked on the play by Morrow. Pat Verbeek trying to get to it. It's poked out in front and thrown away by Trottier. Driver around to Broughton. 1:03 to go on the power play. Back to Driver. Over to Aaron Broughton. A shot blocked off by Rudy. And then it struck the outside of the goal. Man, oh man, oh man. This is Sean Burke connecting on to Kerbers. Then to Johnson. Long for McLean. Gets it to Kerbers. Got to the slot, but no further than Conroy. Sudden death overtime. We hope you're enjoying it. The tie is 4, 11:40 to go in this fourth period. Half a minute to go on New Jersey's power play. Brian Trottier lobs it back down.
Well, I can't wait to see the attack zone time on this one.
They've had it almost all, haven't they? Sundstrom tosses on to Mark Johnson. Watched by Potvin. The shot is slowed, and it's blocked away by Rudy. Chopped along. Danico got some wood on it, but has to recover at center ice. Loses to Brent Sutter. Here's Sutter starting in. To Potvin for the shot. Snared by Byrne. As penalty time expires. Incredible.
Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Dennis Potvin, that man's wrist shot, let me assure you that he can let it go as hard as a lot of players in the NHL can slap it. And here he is from the top of the circle. Look at that extension by Sean Burke. All the way down into the splits. Janssen at the blue line just stays onside, and a nice feed from Brent Sutter. Back to Dennis Potvin, who is up on the play. Those 34-year-old legs carrying him into this fourth period, the fourth game in 5 nights for these guys. If there's any question about the conditioning of these teams, let's put that to rest. They have the legs.
Just under half of the power play time was spent in the attack zone. 46 seconds. They got 2 shots. Wood tries to muscle it in front, and it squirts wide. Stepping to this one is Brown. Slugs it back out. Diddick and Potvin, the defense. There'll be an icing call, but he took it short of icing and then banked it out of play. This will be a face-off that will be in Rudy's end of the ice.
I'll tell you what, Pat LaFontaine is getting all the ice he wants. He's got Alan Kerr on one side, Randy Wood on the other. And, boy, I haven't been watching closely enough to say this with complete certainty, but I think LaFontaine's been on there, except for the penalty killing, every second shift.
I think you're right, yeah.
He's double shifting them.
Loisel will take this face-off with LaFontaine. Scoops it back to Belichick. Fires! Saved by Rudy, and he pounces on it to avoid a rebound, and again a face-off near him.
Loisel is over talking to Ron Hogarth for some reason. You can see him in the white jersey. There he is, 19. Has he done his share tonight? Here is Loisel stripping LaFontaine of the draw. Back to Belichick. Smart play by Belichick. He moves. He's waiting for a lane to open up, and there you saw it open up. There's no point in jamming it into a crowd. It's nice to have a screen. It's nice to get a deflection, but there's a certain point past which the screen becomes non-functional. You know, it's too crowded in front. You just can't let it go into a huge crowd.
If you're watching in the Atlantic time zone in Canada, you know this is long past midnight and into a new day. Those in the Eastern time zone of North America, it is now Monday. And Conroy, nearing the midway point of this first sudden death overtime period, hands it over to Janssen. The forechecker staggering Verbeek. The play made back only as far as halfway. Curvers drops it back. Here is a 2-on-1. Lauer, save made by Byrne.
Well, I'll tell you, if the Soviets have their satellite dishes set up and happen to be pulling in our show, they will know all about Sean Burke. He beat the Soviet Union in the Izvestia tournament when Canada won the gold medal of that tournament right in Moscow. So they know about Sean Burke. But the rest of the world is basically still discovering this guy. What a difference he has made to this franchise. And I think Dave King, the coach of Team Canada, was the most prophetic when he said, expecting it to mean next year, he said Sean Burke will change the complexion of the Patrick division. But I think he intended it to mean next season, not so soon this year.
His first start was in Boston. Shaky, but the Devils won it. And that was the story down the stretch. He plays, they win. Belichick hooked down by Wood. Cross-bodied by Wood. In comes Johnson as well. Stoppage of play. You mentioned that satellite dish over in the Soviet Union. It's about, shortly after 6 a.m. I wonder if Mr. Fedosov, if there was such a thing, might be watching right now. There are strong rumors that he might already have signed with the New Jersey Devils for $500,000.
Right. It's 6 a.m. in the Soviet Union. Everybody will be at work. Nobody will be watching.
Janssen a shot off the glass. Pivoting with it is LaFontaine. To Conroy and back for LaFontaine. Got good body position. Feeds over to Wood. Wood leaned down by Sorella. In comes Kerr for a freight train. And Sorella's hurt. It'll cost Wood for cross-checking.
It's a pretty vicious hit by Alan Kerr. And obviously at this stage of the game, there would be a tendency to stay down to make it look good. Well, guess what? The penalty's already been called, and Sorella's still on all fours in the corner. Randy Wood has it behind. Sorella is on the chase. He whacks him down, waiting for the puck. Boy, he was off balance too when Kerr hit him. So Ron Hogarth has stamped his signature on this overtime once again and called a penalty to Alan Kerr. And the Devils will get a 2-minute chance to end it.
Sorella seems to be okay. A power play will be beginning in just a moment. Let's go to Tom Mees.
All right, Mike Emrick at the Forum in Los Angeles. The LA Kings have come back from a 3-0 deficit on this goal coming up by Steve Duchesne. Fenton takes the shot, deflects to Duchesne, right face-off circle. He scores to make it 3-all. But just moments ago, Calgary's Tim Hunter with a wraparound play between the legs of goaltender Healy. It is Calgary 4, Los Angeles 3 late in the second period. Let's get back to New Jersey in overtime.
Boy, Calgary's got all those big scorers that they can count on in a tie game. Tim Hunter.
The Mavericks get one.
You bet. He's a junkyard dog. He'd make our junkyard dog all-star team, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he sure would. 10-12 elapsed time in sudden death overtime is the time on the call. Boxed is Kerr, and the call was boarding. Kerbers and Driver will be the point men once they get things set up. Muller with Broughton on the left and Verbeek on the right. Trache, a penalty killer, along with Crom. Didick and Potvin in back. Scrapping for it and prevailing is Crom. Bruce Driver glides behind, and they've already changed lines up front, have the Islanders. Sutter is there now, working with Thomas Janssen. Didick drills. Driver can't stop that tough one. 9:10 to go in sudden death overtime. It is a 4-4 tie. John McLean forced it with a goal with 12 seconds left for New Jersey. Broughton hands to Pat Verbeek. Waits, directing some traffic away from the play as Muller. It goes to Driver. They angle for Verbeek, but in the way and reading the play nicely, Didick. Keeping it as Driver. Hands to Muller. Looks for a pass, doesn't have it. Finesses on goal, and Rudy is able to hang on.
Well, you called it right when you said a nice read by Didick just prior to this sequence. I think it was Tom Kerbers over on the far side that thought he had a seam through the top of that box, and Didick read it perfectly. And after the fact, watch 16 go for the net. That's Verbeek. Muller did a little dipsy-doodle with the puck and just tried to slip it through Steve Conroy's skates. He's 33 in blue. Kelly Rudy down on all fours made the save with his bandana flying at the back of his helmet.
Very few have left here. There were 2 late goals. It was 3-3 midway in the third. LaFontaine scored with a minute and a half to go to put the Islanders ahead and capped a comeback of 4 straight goals for the Islanders to overtake the Devils, who had a 3-0 lead. And then McLean sent all the fans into waving those handkerchiefs you saw just a moment ago. Everyone got one coming into the arena tonight. Last night it was pom-poms, green and white, red and white. But they want one more good wave of those toys before they leave. From this tie-up, McLean to Johnson and back to Bruce Driver. The shot is Wielenen's, and it's wide. Stays on the back of the net. And the Devils are able to dig it loose. Punch back to Driver. Looks for a screen. Gives to McLean. Hurried one, but just didn't have the bouncing puck.
They had Rudy out of position, too.
Wielenен golfs it back across. Johnson to Wolanin, and the wrist shot sails wide. McLean can't get the backhander. Forehander by Sundstrom, cracked off Lauer. And the Islanders able to poke it back down. 20 seconds to go on the power play. Driver crisply to Sundstrom. Given up to Thomas Janssen, who starts ahead. He has Sutter with him. Has to duel with Wolanin first and is content just to drive it in deep. 5 seconds left on the power play. Giving chase is Dennis Potvin. And out of the box comes Alan Kerr. The third overtime power play has been killed off. Sullivan flips. Back to get it is Potvin. Dennis Potvin laying it back out now between Kerr and Janssen. Drilled further by Sutter. Belichick wrapped up by Kerr. Dennis Potvin pivoting. Hands on to Kerr. Picks up Sutter. Up the left wing, he has Janssen, but a shift change is on. Can't finesse Sorella, and the Devils close ranks. Brown able to poke it back. Ahead with this is Loisel. Stepped by Morrow. The loose one, Sullivan and Wood contest for. Wood fires it around. Kneeling to block is Curvers, and the puck popped off an Islander, out of play.
Take a breath. Here's the attack zone time on that last Devils power play. 55 seconds. A lot of scrambling around Kelly Rudy, but only one shot on him. I'll tell you one of the problems the Devils have been having forechecking in this fourth period, especially when Dennis Potvin is on the ice and goes back in deep to get it. Gerald Diddick has been running such excellent interference for him that the Devils have really had a problem when that pair has been on the ice doing any forechecking in deep. Diddick always sets a pick on the first forechecker in there, and every time Dennis Potvin has gone back to get it, he's been able to make a nice pass to get it out of the zone.
Interesting. We'll watch for that. Now they have Leiter and Morrow out right now on defense. As ahead comes Alan Kerr. Can't get it through Curvers, and then we get an offside call. We mentioned the other games going on in the NHL tonight. Maybe you're just joining us. Where have you been?
Here's how close it has been in this series. Those numbers are pretty well indicative of what has been going on in this Patrick division all year long.
The overtime winner was by LaFontaine. The other winners were by Johnson in Game 2 and Tim Danico in Game 3. Who will have the winner tonight? Maybe him? Maybe him. A lot of Islander fans would certainly bet on Pat LaFontaine, who had the winner in Game 1. And of course in Game 7 of the opening round last year against Washington. Joe Sorella gets it through to Johnson. And it's tipped deep by Leiter. You can hear the conversation back in the Islander end. Puck brushed around by Belichick. Chopped out by Ken Morrow. It seemed to glance off the referee, but Dalgarno can move further. That one hopped off LaFontaine. There would have been an offside. Sundstrom flipped. There'll be a penalty coming up to the Islanders. And another power play in sudden death overtime.
Patrick Sundstrom was the man that drew it. Kenny Morrow is the man that was assessed the penalty. Morrow ends up in a tough spot here. Watch him come towards Sundstrom. That's a tough situation for a defenseman. You obviously want to be backing up. Once you end up face to face, if you don't get a piece of that guy, you know that he's gone east and you are gone west. So Kenny Morrow stuck out his leg. Sundstrom went down and Hogarth called it. Another look at it. Sundstrom's winding up, and you can see that Ken Morrow didn't have a chance to move back at all. You know, part of the trouble when you're trying to check a man like that, when Sundstrom goes to turn, obviously his center of gravity changes. You look at Bill Torrey making notes about something. But when Sundstrom leans, Mike, to go around somebody, naturally, if he gets his torso by him, his knees are going to lock with the other guy's knees, and it always looks worse than it is. Morrow didn't really stick out his knee in that penalty. It was just that Sundstrom was in the position to go down.
Sundstrom has come to the bench, and again, they'll start this overtime power play with the Muller, Broughton, and Verbeek line.
Well, the Devils have been able to get a 33% success rate in their power plays tonight. This is updated through the last Devils power play. They've spent half the time in the attack zone, 9 shots, 5 quality shots. All in all, not a bad power play. Far better than what we saw last night. Obviously, the key number is the 2 for 6. They've scored a couple of them.
There is concern on the part of the Islanders because during that last play, the scoreboard clock did not move. Still 2 minutes are up on the board against Ken Morrow. Off-ice officials tonight are from Washington, and it may have just been a mistake in not turning the clock on. The other end also shows the same time, so there's not a discrepancy in one board as opposed to the other. Ron Horgarth is trying to sort this out and may just elect to take a certain number of seconds off the clock that he feels appropriate. 5 sounds good, he says, so that's what's coming down.
I know it's late, but you don't think anybody nodded off down there, do you? Think anybody nodded off in the penalty box? Nah, they couldn't have. I know it's late.
We mentioned those other games. In overtime on the power play, Buffalo evens it with Boston. Philadelphia wins in overtime. Murray Craven, the only Flyer with a career-high season this year. Detroit just skunked Toronto 8-0. We'll pick up some others as we go. But here is Curvers. Along to Pat Verbeek. Wedged off by Diddick. Potvin slugs it along. Driver keeps it moving, but it's Diddick to flip off Driver. Brian Trottier trying to golf it further. 20 seconds gone on the Devils power play. In case you're just joining us, this is the 4th power play in sudden death overtime. We're in the first overtime period with 5:50 remaining. In comes Muller, pressed to the boards by Diddick. Verbeek canceled out by Trottier. Potvin crunches there with Broughton. They still scrap for it, and Broughton points it back to Bruce Driver. Driver returns to Broughton. Then to Driver once more. Here's Broughton. Side for Verbeek, but blocked away by Dennis Potvin. Driver returns for Verbeek, and Potvin able to clear it back down. Shift change on now for the Islanders up front. They bring out Sutter, and in back Conroy. Moving in Curvers to Muller, a shot. Ricocheted off a man in front who goes down, and that was McLean.
You bet, it hit the back of McLean. Muller was going high over the glove of Rudy, and it hit McLean in the back of the leg.
Brent Sutter has cleared. 40 seconds to go on the power play. This is big Craig Wolanin. Left behind, and ahead with it comes Sutter. Save, rebound, score! Brent Sutter has won the game for the New York Islanders with a short-handed goal. The series is even at 2 games each. 30 seconds we're still showing on the minor penalty to Ken Morrow, who has come from the penalty box, greatly relieved to congratulate Brent Sutter and his teammates as the Islanders have evened the series 2 games to 2.
I think the Islanders might have lulled the Devils into a sense of at least relaxation for a couple of seconds because we were in the middle of a player change, and Sutter came off the bench. Wolanin came off the bench. Curvers moved it up to Wolanin, and Craig Wolanin had a little trouble in handling it. That's when Sutter broke it up, went into the 2-on-1. He still had to get his own rebound. Sean Burke was there for the first one, as he has been all night long.
Kelly Rudy trudges down to the happy Islanders locker room. When you look at key players, it was Brent Sutter who, after a lull of over 10 minutes from the time that the Islanders had closed the gap to 2, closed it himself to just 1. Quickly, Lauer knotted the game at 3, and then the Islanders went ahead to see it tied and then won it on this one.
There is Sutter going around Wolanin. He had Makela with him, and Burke made the first save, but Sutter followed up. He doesn't turn away. He knows what to do. Mr. Follow-through. The whole family follows through. Curvers was just trying to get it turned up ice. Devils are on a power play, and Craig Wolanin was handcuffed with the pass. He was coming back towards Curvers. Sutter's first shot, his second shot, did he hit it? Did I see what I think I thought I saw? It going off of Tom Curvers' stick? Maybe we can see it from this angle. Let's watch it. Watch for the Devils defenseman stick right here, Curvers. Now watch. You bet Brent Sutter never touched that puck. Tom Curvers, in a desperation attempt to try and block the shot, put it in his own net.
Starting time for Game 6 here in the Meadowlands this Thursday, April 14th, is 7:45.
For the first time in Stanley Cup history, a game is won in overtime on a shorthanded goal. And the guy who got it is our Hartford Insurance Player of the Game. From the little town of Viking in Alberta, Brent Sutter.
Well, he got such a big goal in the third period, and then to go ahead and do it. You know, he deserved player of the game just because of the way he's played in the first 3 games of this series in controlling the Muller line. But for his offensive exploits and his defensive excellence, our Hartford Insurance Player of the Game, Brent Sutter of the Islanders. What a hockey game.
Was it ever? And I don't know how Tom Mees is ever going to select a 7-up play of the night when we had 3 games end in overtime and some spectacular goals scored in regulation. But Tom, good luck. It's all yours.
All right, Mike. Well, I'll tell you how I'm going to select them. I'm not going to select one play of the night. I'm going to select 2 plays of the night. Let's not forget the Devils had this goal with 12 seconds left in regulation time by John McClain. That's the reason we're still here right now talking about it. The rebound to McClain. He scored in 1948 of regulation. And the game winner actually goes in off the stick of Tom Curvers. They credit the goal to the Islander captain, Brent Sutter. This is the 2nd own goal we've had tonight. Remember, Dale Hunter had one earlier in the Washington-Philly game, but those are our 7-up plays of the night. What a night of hockey on the road to the Cup. We'll be back to wrap it up as we head toward Game 5 in just a moment. Highlights of a very exciting day on the golf links at the Masters and all the Major League Baseball scores and highlights, as well as a complete Stanley Cup wrap-up. Now let's go through the Stanley Cup action. Only one game still ongoing as we go through the scores. Buffalo wins in overtime over Boston. That series tied at 2. Game 5 Tuesday night in Boston. Washington and Philadelphia, the Flyers come from way back in the 3rd period, win it in overtime on Murray Craven's goal. Flyers lead it 3-1. That'll be our game Tuesday night from Landover, Maryland. Detroit and Toronto. Detroit shutting out Toronto 8-0. Red Wings lead the Maple Loafs 3-1. They'll be at home at Joe Louis Arena on Tuesday night. Montreal and Hartford. Hartford wins it 7-5. Canadians still lead the series, though, 3-1. They look to close it out Tuesday night at the Forum. Edmonton and Winnipeg. Winnipeg had a 3-0 lead. Edmonton wins the game 5-3. The Oilers go home for Game 5, leading this series 3-1. St. Louis and Chicago on a seesaw battle. Tony Herkis, the rookie from North Dakota, with 4 goals. St. Louis wins the game 6-5. The Blues go home Tuesday night, looking to close it out, leading 3-1. The only game still ongoing at the 2nd intermission. Late goals in the 2nd period by Tim Hunter and Håkan Loob have given Calgary a 5-3 lead. But the way these 2 teams have been putting pucks in the net, this one is far from over. And our final score in overtime, Brent Sutter gets credit for the goal. The Islanders even the series at 2. They're now 24-7 in career Stanley Cup overtimes. 5-4 the final. I'll be back for a final word on Road to the Cup in just a moment. East Rutherford, New Jersey. Brent Sutter's goal, 15:07 of sudden death overtime. Islanders win it 5-4. The road to the Cup continues on Tuesday night with Game 5 between the Philadelphia Flyers and the Washington Capitals. Airtime 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific time, live from the Cap Center in Landover, Maryland. Thanks for being with us. It's been a great night of Stanley Cup hockey on Road to the Cup. I'm Tom Mees. For everyone here at ESPN, good night.